Welcome to Dark Psychology World Channel. I hope you like it. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you. Now I will start reading this book to you. This is Audible. People of the Lie, The Hope for Healing. Human Evil by MScottPeck, the author of The Road Less Traveled. Book 1. Toward a Psychology of Evil. Dr. Peck. This is a dangerous book. I have written it because I believe it is needed. I believe its overall effect will be healing. But I have also written it with trepidation. It has potential for harm. It will cause some readers pain. Worse, some may misuse its information to harm others. I plead with you to handle it with care. One meaning of care is love. Be gentle and loving with yourself if you find what is written causing you pain. And please be gentle and loving with those neighbors you may come to understand as evil. Be careful. Full of care. Evil people are easy to hate. But remember St. Augustine's advice to hate the sin but love the sinner. Remember when you recognize an evil person that truly there but for the grace of God go I. And labeling certain human beings as evil, I am making an obviously severe critical value judgment. But the judgment needs to be made. It is the principal thesis of this work that these specific people, as well as human evil in general, need to be studied scientifically. Not in the abstract, not just philosophically, but scientifically, and to do that we must be willing to make judgments. But such judgments cannot be made safely unless we begin by judging and healing ourselves. The battle to heal human evil always begins at home, and self-purification will always be our greatest weapon. This book has been a work in process. I have not learned about human evil. I am learning. So do not regard anything heard here as the last word. Indeed, the purpose of the book is to lead us to dissatisfaction with our current state of ignorance on the subject. Let me begin by telling you about the case of the man who made a pact with the devil. George had always been a carefree person, or so he thought, until that afternoon in early October. It is true that he had the usual concerns of a salesman, a husband and father of 3, and the owner of a house with a roof that occasionally leaked and a lawn that always needed mowing. It is also true that he was an unusually neat and orderly person who tended to worry more than most if the lawn got a little high or the house paint a little chipped. And it is true that in the evenings, just as the sun was setting, he always experienced a strange mixture of sadness and dread. George was a top-notch salesman, a natural, 34, handsome, articulate, with an easy manner and a gift for storytelling. He was making close to $60,000 a year in salary and commissions. He had made it. The trouble started in Montreal. The company suggested that he go there for a manufacturer's convention. Since it was autumn and neither he nor his wife Gloria had seen the fall foliage of the north, he decided to take her with him. They enjoyed it. The foliage was exquisite and Gloria was in a reasonably good mood. On their last afternoon in Montreal, they went to see the cathedral. Not because they were religious. George, having endured a fanatically religious mother, had a distinct antipathy to churches. Still, it was one of the sights, and they were sightseeing. He found it gloomy and uninteresting and was happy when Gloria had had enough of it. As they were walking out, he spied a small contribution box near the massive door. He stopped in indecision. On the one hand, he had no genuine desire to give a penny to this or any church. On the other, he felt a small, unreasonable fear that he might be jeopardizing the stability of his life. If he didn't, the fear embarrassed him. He was a rational man. But then it occurred to him that it would be quite rational to make a small contribution, just as it is rational to pay an admission price to a museum or an amusement park. He decided to give the change in his pocket if it was not a large amount. He counted 55 cents in small coins and dumped them in the box. That was the moment when that first thought hit him. It struck him like a blow, totally unexpected, dazing him. It was as if the words were suddenly written out in his mind. You are going to die at 55. George reached into his pocket for his wallet. Most of his cash was in traveler's checks, but he had a $5 and two $1 bills. He tore them from his wallet and stuffed them into the box. It was only when he was back in their hotel room that his panic began to subside. By the next day, as they were flying back to their home in North Carolina, George was feeling peaceful and confident. The incident was forgotten. 2 weeks later, driving on a sales trip in Kentucky, George came to a sign announcing a curve in the road and a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. As he passed the sign, another thought came to him, etched in his mind as before. You will die at 45. George felt uneasy the remainder of the day. This time, however, he was able to consider his experience a little more objectively. Both thoughts had to do with numbers. First 55, now 45. If they were consistent, then he might have something to worry about. But they were just numbers without significance. By the next day, he was his old self again. A week passed. As George drove into a small village, a sign announced that he was entering Upton, North Carolina. The third thought came. You will be murdered by a man named Upton. George began to be seriously worried. 2 days later, driving past an old abandoned railroad station, the words flashed again. The roof of that building will collapse, with you inside, killing you. Thereafter the thought came almost every day. Always when he was driving, working his territory. George started dreading the mornings on which he faced business trips. He was preoccupied when he was working, and he lost his sense of humor. Food ceased to taste good. It was difficult to get to sleep at night. But it was all still bearable until the morning he drove across the Roanoke River. Immediately afterward, he had the thought, that's the last time you'll ever cross that bridge. Lying in bed that night, George wrestled with his dilemma. The bridge across the Roanoke was one of his most traveled routes. To avoid it, he would have to go several 100 miles out of his way each month, or else drop several clients. God damn it, it was absurd. There is not the slightest shred of evidence that these thoughts represented any kind of reality. On the other hand, how could he know they weren't real? That's it. He could prove they weren't real. If he were to go over the Roanoke Bridge again and not die, it would prove the thought to be false. But if the thought were true, at 1 o'clock in the morning, George reached the decision to risk his life. Better to die than life tormented. He dressed silently in the darkness and slipped out of the house. 73 miles back to the Roanoke Bridge. He drove very carefully. When the bridge finally loomed up before him, there was such a tightness in his chest he could hardly breathe. But he went ahead. Over the bridge. 2 miles down the road, Then he turned around and drove back across the bridge toward home. He had made it. He had proved the thought was wrong. By the time he let himself back into the house at dawn, he was ecstatic. He felt well for the first time in 2 months. There was no more fear. Until 3 nights later, returning home in the afternoon from another day's trip, he passed a deep excavation at the side of the road near Fayetteville. Before it is filled, your car will drive straight into that excavation and you will be killed. At first, George almost laughed about this latest thought. Yet that night, the more he considered it, the more anxious he became. Sleep was impossible. Once more, George dressed in the middle of the night and slipped out of the house. The pattern of George's illness now became more fixed and devastating. Every day or 2 on the road, he would have a new thought about his death. Following the thought, his anxiety would rise to the point at which it was no longer bearable. At that point, he would feel compelled to drive back to the spot where he had experienced the thought once. He had done this, he felt fine again until the next day and the next thought. Then the cycle would start over. George stood it for 6 more weeks. Every other night he was driving around the Carolina countryside. He slept less and less. He lost 15 pounds. His work performance slipped. Finally, one evening in February, he broke down. Weeping in exasperation, he told Gloria of his torment. Gloria knew of me from a friend. She called me the next morning, and that afternoon I saw George for the first time. I explained to George that he was suffering from a classical obsessive compulsive neurosis. That the thoughts, unquote, that bothered him were what we psychiatrists called obsessions, and that the need to return to the scene of the thought was a compulsion. You're right, he exclaimed, it is a compulsion. I don't want to go back to where I have these thoughts. You know, that's the worst part of it. If it were just these thoughts, I think I could stand it, but it's this compulsion to go back that's killing me, that's robbing me of my sleep, that's driving me nuts. My compulsions are even worse than what you call them. My obsessions. They're what's driving me crazy. Here George paused, looking at me anxiously. Do you think I'm going crazy? No, I replied. You're still very much a stranger to me. But on the surface of things, I don't see any sign that you're going crazy. But I do think you have a major problem. And I think if you don't get extensive treatment, you're likely to continue to be crippled. 3 days later, when George returned to see me for the second time, he radiated confidence and aplomb. I attempted to learn more about the circumstances of his life, but there was little to grab a hold of. I don't really have anything that's bothering me, Dr. Peck, except these little obsessions and compulsions. And I haven't had any of those since I saw you last. Oh, I admit I have concerns, but that's different from real worries. I'm concerned about how the children are doing in school. Deborah, our oldest, who's 13, is probably going to need braces. George Jr., he's 11, doesn't get very good grades. And Christopher, who's 6, he's just starting school. I must admit that in my heart I favor him a bit more than the older two. But I make an effort not to show it, and I think I succeed. So that's not a problem. We're a stable family, good marriage. Oh, Gloria has her moods, but I guess all women are like that. Our sex life, oh, that's fine, no problem there. Except, of course, when Gloria's in a mood, and then neither of us feels like it, but that's par for the course, isn't it? My childhood Well, I can't say it was really always happy. When I was 9, my father had a nervous breakdown. He had to be hospitalized at the state hospital. Schizophrenia, I guess they called it. I suppose that's the reason I was worried last time. You might think I was going crazy. You see, my father never came out of it and died when I was in college. But I don't think any of that really disturbed me. My sister, who was 2 years younger, and I got plenty of attention. Mom was a good mother. She's a bit religious. Overly so for my taste. She was always dragging us to churches, which I hated. But that's the only thing I can fault her for. Anyway, we were really close to my grandparents, my mother's parents. For a while, when my father was first in the hospital, we even lived with them. I especially loved my grandmother. That reminds me, I remembered something. After our last meeting, talking about compulsions brought it back to my mind that I also had a compulsion when I was around 13. I don't know how it started, but I got this feeling that my grandmother would die unless I touched a certain rock each day. It wasn't a big deal. All I had to do was just remember to touch it. Anyway, I grew out of it after a year or so. It makes me think I'm also going to grow out of my recent obsessions and compulsions. I think maybe it's over. Possibly all I needed was the little talk we had earlier in the week. You can't imagine what a reassurance it was for me to know that I wasn't going crazy. I think it probably did the trick. I doubt that I need psychoanalysis, so I'd rather not make another appointment. I mildly attempted to remonstrate with George. I told him it seemed to me that nothing substantial had changed in his existence. I suspected that his symptoms would shortly recur in some form or another. 2 days later, George called me frantic. "You were right, Dr. Peck, the thoughts have come back. I can't go on like this." So George resumed therapy and continued in it because his obsessions and compulsions continued. Over the next 3 months, while he was seeing me twice a week, I gradually learned that George had a great deal more to worry about than just his symptoms. His sex life, which he had told me was fine, proved abysmal. Gloria and he had intercourse once every 6 weeks, and then as an almost violent, quick, animalistic act when both of them were drunk. Gloria's moods turned out to last 4 weeks. I met with her and found her to be significantly depressed, filled with hatred towards George, who she described as a weak, sniveling slob. George in turn slowly began to express an enormous amount of resentment towards Gloria, whom he saw as a self-centered, totally unsupportive and unloving woman. He was completely alienated from his 2 older children, Deborah and George Jr. He felt that Gloria had been responsible for turning them against him. In the whole family, Christopher was the only one with whom he had a relationship, and he recognized that he was probably spoiling the boy to keep him out of Gloria's clutches. Although he had acknowledged from the beginning that his childhood had been less than ideal, as I pushed him to recollect it, George slowly started to realize that it had been more damaging and frightening than he liked to believe. He was able to remember, for instance, his 8th birthday, when his father killed his sister's kitten. He was sitting on his bed when the kitten came tumbling into the room. His father came in right after it, crazy with rage, carrying a broom. The kitten had apparently made a mess on the living room rug. As George crouched on his bed screaming for him to stop, his father proceeded to beat the kitten to death with the broom. That was a year before his father finally had to go to the state hospital. George was also able to recognize that his mother was almost as deranged as his father. One night when he was 11, she had kept him awake until dawn, forcing him to pray on his knees for the survival of their minister who had had a heart attack. George had hated the minister and hated the Pentecostal church to which his mother took him every Wednesday evening, every Friday evening, and all day Sunday, year in and year out. Nor was his life with his grandparents as idyllic as he had wanted to remember it. During the 2 years they lived with his grandparents, his grandfather beat his grandmother almost weekly. Each time George was afraid that his grandmother would be killed. Often he was fearful of leaving the house, feeling that somehow, even by his helpless presence, he might be able to prevent her murder. These pieces of information and others had to be pried out of George. He repeatedly complained that he did not see the point of dwelling on the seemingly unsolvable problems of his present life and remembering the painful facts of his past. All I want, he said, is to get rid of these ideas and my compulsions. I don't see how talking about unpleasant things that are over and done with is going to help me get rid of these symptoms. One of the reasons you have these symptoms, I explained, is that they act as a smokescreen. You are so busy constantly thinking and talking about your obsessions and compulsions that you don't have the time to think about the more basic problems that are causing them, until you have dealt in much greater depth with your miserable marriage, in your ghastly childhood. You're going to continue to be tortured by your symptoms. It also became clear that George was equally reluctant to face the issue of death. I know I'm going to die someday, but why think about it? It's morbid. Besides, nothing can be done about it. Actually, George, you're thinking about death all the time, I said. What do you think your obsessions and compulsions are all about if not death? And what about your anxiety at the time of sunset? Isn't it clear to you that you hate sunsets because the sunset represents the death of the day? And that reminds you of your own death. You're terrified of death. That's okay, so am I. But you're trying to avoid that terror rather than face it. Your problem is not that you think about death, but the way you think about it. Until you are able to think about death, despite its terror, voluntarily you will continue to think about it involuntarily in the form of your obsessions. But no matter how well I phrased the issue, George seemed to be in no hurry to deal with it. There was, however, no doubt that George was suffering greatly from his obsessions and compulsions. He took to calling me from the road when he was experiencing them. Dr. Peck, he would say, I'm in Raleigh and I just had another one of my thoughts a couple of hours ago. I don't know what to do. I want to go home, but I feel I have to go back. Please, Dr. Peck, help me. Tell me what to do. Tell me I can't go back. Tell me I shouldn't give in to the compulsion. Each time I would patiently explain to George that only he had the power to make his own decisions, and that it was not healthy for him to want me to make his decisions for him. But my response made no sense to him. Each session he would remonstrate with me. Dr. Peck, I know if you were to tell me I can't go back anymore, I wouldn't. I feel so much better. I don't understand why you won't help me. You keep saying I've got to make up my own mind. But that's just what I can't do. Don't you see? Don't you see the pain I'm in? Don't you want to help? He would whine. It went on week after week, and George was visibly deteriorating. He developed diarrhea He lost more weight and began looking more and more haggard. He became weepy much of the time. It looked as if George might soon need to be hospitalized. But then something suddenly seemed to change. One morning, a little less than 4 months after he began therapy, George came to his session whistling and obviously cheerful. I immediately commented on the change. "Yes, I certainly am feeling well today." George acknowledged, "I don't really know why. I had another one of my thoughts too days ago, but it didn't bother me. I told myself I'm not going to let these silly thoughts get to me anymore. I think I finally got this problem licked." Ordinarily, I would have been delighted, but I did not have the slightest understanding of why George was getting better. Nothing in his life or in the way he was dealing with his life had changed. Then out of the blue he asked me, "Dr. Peck, do you believe in the devil?" "That's an odd question," I replied, "and a very complicated one. Why do you ask?" "Oh, no particular reason, just curious." "You're evading. What brought it to your mind? Why did you suddenly think about it right now in this particular session?" "Well, you see, you wouldn't do anything to prevent me from going back to those spots where my thoughts came to me. I had to do something to keep myself from giving in to my compulsions. So I did it. Did what I asked. I made a pact with the devil. I mean, I really don't believe in the devil, but I had to do something, didn't I? So I made this agreement that if I did give in to my compulsion and go back, then the devil would see to it that my thought came true. Do you understand?" "I'm not sure," I respond. "Well, for instance, the other day I had a thought near Chapel Hill. Ordinarily, I would have stood about it for a couple of hours, and finally I would have gone back to prove that the thought wasn't true, right? But having made this pact, you see, I couldn't go back. Because as part of the agreement, if I went back, the devil would see to it that I would be killed. Knowing I would be killed, there was no reason for me to go back. In fact, there was an incentive not to go back. Now do you understand?" "I understand the mechanics of it," I replied noncommittally. "Well, they seem to work," George said happily. "Twice now I've had the thought, and neither time have I had to go back. I must admit I have a little bit of the guiltiness about it, though." "The guiltiness? You know, a feeling of guilt. I mean, people aren't supposed to make a pact with the devil and all that, are they? Besides, I don't even really believe in the devil, but if it seems to work, so what?" I was silent. I had no idea what to say to George. I felt overwhelmed by the complexity of the case and the complexity of my own feelings. 5 minutes went by. George seemed quite discomfited by the silence. Finally, he broke it. "Well, I guess there is a little bit more I haven't told you," he said. "And I guess there's another reason that I have the guiltiness a little bit. You see, there was another part to my agreement with the devil. Because I don't really believe in the devil, I couldn't really believe for certain that he would see to it that I was killed if I went back. For it to work, I had to have some insurance. Something that would really keep me from going back. It occurred to me that the one thing I love most in the world is my son, Christopher. So I made it part of the agreement that if I did give in to the compulsion and go back, the devil would see to it that Christopher died an early death. Not only would I die, but Christopher would too. Now you know why I can't go back anymore. Even if the devil's not real, I'm still not willing to risk Christopher's life on the issue. I love him so much. That's the part that really gives me the guiltiness. I fell silent again, slowly beginning to sort things out. George could not tolerate the silent waiting any longer. Well, what do you think? I think, George, that I am very glad you are having the guilties, as you call them. What do you mean? I mean that you should feel guilty. You have done something to feel guilty about. I would be very worried about you if you didn't feel guilty over what you've done. George immediately became weary. I thought psychotherapy was supposed to relieve me of my guilt feelings. Only those guilt feelings that are inappropriate, I replied. To feel guilty about something that is not bad is unnecessary and sick. Not to feel guilty about something that is bad is also sick. Do you think that I'm bad? I think that in making this pact with the devil you have done something that is bad. Something evil. But I haven't really done anything, George exclaimed. Don't you see? It's all been in my mind. You yourself have told me there's no such thing as a bad thought, a bad wish or feeling. Only what one actually does is bad. You've said. The first law of psychiatry, you called it. Well, I haven't done anything. I haven't lifted a finger against a single soul. But you have done something, George, I responded. You made a pact with the devil. But that's not doing anything, can't you understand? It's all in my mind, a figment of my imagination. I don't even believe in the devil. If I had made a real pact with a real person, that would be another matter. How can you make a real pact with something that doesn't exist? It hasn't been a real action. George, I don't know any more about the devil than you do. I don't know whether it's a he, she, or an it. I don't know whether the devil's corporeal or whether it's a force or it's just a concept, but it doesn't matter. The fact remains that whatever it is, you made a contract with it. George, I'm going to say a few things to you. I want you to listen to them well. They're very important. Nothing is more important. You have a defect, a weakness in your character. Basically, George, you're a kind of coward. Whenever the going gets a little bit rough, you sell out. When you're faced with the realization that you're going to die one of these days, you run away from it. You don't think about it because it's morbid. When you're faced with the painful realization that your marriage is lousy, you run away from that too. Instead of facing it and doing something about it, you don't think about that either. And then, because you've run away from these things that are really inescapable, they come to haunt you in the form of your symptoms, your obsessions, and compulsions. These symptoms could be your salvation. You could say these symptoms mean that I am haunted. I had better find out what these ghosts are and clean them out of my house. But you don't say that because that would mean really facing some things that are painful. So you try to run away from your symptoms too. Instead of facing them and what they mean, you try to get rid of them. And when they're not so easy to get rid of, you go running to anything that will give you relief, no matter how wicked or evil or destructive. You're always looking for the easy way out, George. Not the right way, the easy way. The painless way. In fact, you'll do anything to find the easy way out, even if it means selling your soul and sacrificing your son. As I said, I'm glad you're feeling guilty. If you didn't feel bad about taking the easy way out, I wouldn't be able to help you. You've been learning that psychotherapy is not the easy way out. If you're willing to face the painful realities of your life, I can be of some assistance, and I am sure that we will succeed. But if all you want is the easiest possible relief from pain. Then I expect that you are the devil's man. And I don't see any way that psychotherapy can help you. It was George's turn to be silent. Finally he spoke. In the comic books, once someone makes a pact with the devil, he can no longer get out of it. Once he sold his soul, the devil won't give it back. Maybe it's too late for me to change. I don't know, George. As I told you, I don't know much about these things. Like you, I don't even know whether the devil really exists. But I think you really did make a pact with the devil. And because you did, I think for you the devil became real. In your desire to avoid pain, I think you called the devil into existence. Because you had the power to call him into existence. I think you also have the power to end his existence. Intuitively, in the deepest part of me, I feel the process is reversible. Dr. Peck, it would mean going back to a state of torment. I am not sure that I can do it. I'm not sure I want to. George looked very sad. Are you going to see me Monday, George? Yes, I'll be here. That evening was the turning point in George's therapy. By Monday his symptoms had returned in full force. But there was a change. He no longer pleaded with me to tell him to not go back. He was also more willing to examine in depth his fear of death and the enormous gulf of understanding and communication that existed between him and his wife. His symptoms, his obsessions and compulsions began, with ups and downs, to diminish in intensity several months after that night on which we discussed his pact with the devil. At the end of another year they had petered out entirely. 2 years after it had begun, George terminated therapy. Still not the strongest of men, but stronger than before. The way psychiatrists are most accustomed to understanding human beings is in terms of health and disease. This viewpoint is known as the medical model. According to this viewpoint, George was suffering from a very specific disease, namely an obsessive-compulsive neurosis. A typical characteristic of people who are victims of this neurosis is their propensity for what psychiatrists call magical thinking. Magical thinking can take a variety of forms, but basically it is a belief that thoughts in and of themselves may cause events to occur. It was because George believed his thoughts would come to pass that he was compelled, time and time again, to travel mile after mile back to the scene of his thoughts, so as to nullify or undo their power. Looked at in this light, George's pact with the devil was simply another manifestation of his magical thinking. The pact seemed to George a feasible maneuver to obtain relief from his suffering, precisely because he believed it would come true. Although the pact was all in his mind, George believed he and his son would both actually die in accordance with its conditions. Restricting ourselves to the medical model, we might say of George's pact with the devil that it was merely one of the many forms his magical thinking took, and that his magical thinking was a typical feature of the common mental illness from which he suffered. And since the phenomenon can be understood in these terms, there is no need for further analysis. Case closed. The problem is that, viewed in this light, the relationship between George and the devil seems prosaic and not very significant. How would it seem if we viewed it instead in terms of a traditional Christian religious model? According to this model, humanity, and perhaps the entire universe, is locked in a titanic struggle between the forces of good and evil, between God and the devil. The battleground of this struggle is the individual human soul. The entire meaning of human life revolves around the battle. The only question of ultimate significance is whether the individual soul will be one to God or one to the devil. By establishing through his pact a relationship with the devil, George had placed his soul in the greatest jeopardy known to man. It was clearly the critical point of his life, and possibly even the fate of all humanity turned upon his decision. What is the meaning of George's pact? Just another neurotic symptom or the crucial turning point of his existence? With cosmic significance, science seeks as far as it might to penetrate the mystery of the world. And ever so gradually scientists are beginning to become comfortable embracing multiple models. However, science has not yet become exactly broad-minded. This book is entitled Toward a Psychology of Evil, precisely because we do not yet have a body of scientific knowledge about human evil deserving of being called a psychology. Why not? The concept of evil has been central to religious thought for millennia, yet it is virtually absent from our science of psychology, which one might think would be vitally concerned with the matter. The major reason for this strange state of affairs is that the scientific and the religious models have hitherto been considered totally immiscible, like oil and water, mutually incompatible and rejecting. Science has also steered clear of the problem of evil because of the immensity of the mystery involved. It is not that scientists have no taste for mystery so much as that their attitude and methodology in approaching it is generally reductionistic. Theirs is a left-brain analytical style. Their standard procedure is to bite off tiny little pieces at a time and then to examine such pieces in relative isolation. They prefer little mysteries to big ones. Theologians suffer no such compunction. For some, religion is a way to approach mystery. They are not reluctant to use more integrative right-brain means of exploration, meditation, intuition, feeling, faith, and revelation. For them, the bigger the mystery, the better. The problem of evil is a very big mystery indeed. It does not submit itself easily to reductionism. We shall, however, find that some questions about human evil can be reduced to a size manageable for proper scientific investigation. Nonetheless, in common with any early attempted scientific exploration, we shall end up with more questions than answers. The problem of evil, for instance, can hardly be separated from the problem of goodness. Were there no goodness in the world, we would not even be considering the problem of evil. It is a strange thing. Dozens of times I have been asked by patients or acquaintances, Dr. Peck, why is there evil in the world? Yet no one has ever asked me, why is there good in the world? If we seriously think about it, it probably makes more sense to assume this is a naturally evil world that has somehow been mysteriously contaminated by goodness, rather than the other way around. The mystery of goodness is even greater than the mystery of evil. Bear in mind also that just as the issue of evil inevitably raises the question of the devil, so the inextricable issue of goodness raises the question of God and creation. While we can, and I believe should, bite off little pieces of mystery upon which to gnash our scientific teeth, we are approaching matters vast and magnificent beyond our comprehension. Whether we know it or not, we are literally treading upon holy ground. A sense of all is quite befitting. In the face of such holy mystery it is best we remember to walk with the kind of care that is born both of fear and love. It is a reflection of the enormous mystery of the subject that we do not have a generally accepted definition of evil. Yet in our hearts I think we all have some understanding of its nature. For the moment I can do no better than to heed my son, who with a characteristic vision of 8-year-olds explained simply, "Why, Daddy? Evil is life spelled backward. Evil is in opposition to life. It is that which opposes the life force. It has in short to do with killing. Specifically it has to do with murder. Namely unnecessary killing. Killing that is not required for biological survival. Let us not forget this. Let us not forget that George was actually willing to sacrifice the very life of his own child. When I say that evil has to do with killing, I do not mean to restrict myself to corporeal murder. Evil is also that which kills. There are various essential attributes of life, particularly human life, such as sentience, mobility, awareness, growth, autonomy, will. It is possible to kill, or attempt to kill one of these attributes without actually destroying the body. Thus we may break a horse, or even a child, without harming a hair on its head. Evil then, for the moment, is that force residing either inside or outside human beings that seeks to kill life or liveliness. And goodness is its opposite. Goodness is that which promotes life and liveliness. The purpose of this book is to encourage us to take our human life so seriously that we also take human evil far more seriously. Seriously enough to study it with all the means at our command, including the methods of science. It is my intention to encourage us to recognize evil for what it is in all its ghastly reality, in encouraging us toward the development of a psychology of evil. I am talking of neither a study of evil in the abstract, nor of an abstract psychology divorced from the values of life and liveliness. One cannot study a disease without the intention to heal it, unless one is some kind of a Nazi. A psychology of evil must be a healing psychology. Healing is the result of love. It is a function of love. Wherever there is love, there is healing. And wherever there is no love, there is precious little, if any, healing. Paradoxically, a psychology of evil must be a loving psychology. It must be brimful of the love of life. Every step of the way, its methodology must be submitted not only to the love of truth, but also to the love of life, of warmth and light and laughter and spontaneity and joy and service and human caring. Finally, of course, a psychology of evil must be a religious psychology. By this I do not mean it must embrace a specific theology. I do mean, however, that it must not only embrace valid insights from all the religious traditions, but must also recognize the reality of the supernatural. And as I have said, it must be a science in submission to love and the sacredness of life. It is not my intention to review all the extant psychological theories on the subject of human evil. However, the word of one psychologist requires mention. Fled the Jewish persecution of the Hitler regime, the psychoanalyst Erich Fromm spent much of the rest of his life studying the evil of Nazism. He was the first and only scientist to clearly identify an evil personality type, to attempt to examine evil people in depth, and to suggest that they be studied still further. The great Jewish theologian Martin Buber distinguished between two types of myths. About evil. One type concerns people in the process of sliding into evil. The other concerns those who have already slid, fallen victim to, and been taken over by radical evil. In George, we have a real-life story that corresponds to the first type of myth. He had not yet become evil, but he was at the point of doing so. His dealing with the devil represented the moral turning point of his life. Had he not renounced the pact, he would have eventually become evil. But he was not yet evil and blessed by guilt. He managed to turn away from it. Let us now consider a couple who, like Fromm's subjects, conform to the second type of myth. People who have crossed the line and descended into radical, likely inescapable evil. It is the case of Bobby and his parents. It was February in the middle of my first year of psychiatric training. Bobby, a 15-year-old boy, had been admitted the night before with the diagnosis of depression. I read the note written in his chart by the admitting psychiatrists. Bobby's older brother Stuart, 16, committed suicide this past June, shooting himself in the head with his .22 caliber rifle. Bobby initially seemed to handle his only sibling's death rather well, but from the beginning of school in September, his academic performance has been poor. By Thanksgiving, he had become obviously depressed. His parents, who seemed very concerned, tried to talk to him, but he has become more and more uncommunicative, particularly since Christmas. Although there is no previous history of antisocial behavior. Yesterday, Bobby stole a car by himself, crashed it. He had never driven before and was apprehended by the police. Because of his age, he was released into his parents' custody, and they were advised to seek immediate psychiatric evaluation for him. The aide brought Bobby into my office. His slightly long, unwashed hair fell forward over his eyes so that it was difficult to see his face, particularly as he kept his gaze riveted on the floor. I shook his limp hand and motioned him to sit down. "I'm Dr. Peck, Bobby," I said. "I'm going to be your doctor. How are you feeling?" Bobby did not answer. He started picking at a small sore on the back of his hand. I noted that there were a number of such sores on both his forearms and hands. "Are you nervous being here in the hospital?" No answer. Bobby was really digging into that sore. Inwardly, I winced at the damage he was doing to his flesh. "I stole a car, and the police said I had to come here." It's a pretty scary thing to steal a car, especially when you're not used to driving. Something very strong had to be pushing you to do it. Do you know what that something was? No answer. I didn't really expect one. 15-year-old boys who are in trouble aren't likely to be very verbal, particularly when they're depressed. And Bobby was clearly very depressed. His face, when he inadvertently raised his gaze, was dull and expressionless. It was the kind of face I had seen in the movies of concentration camp survivors. Dazed, apathetic, hopeless. "Do you feel sad?" I asked. "I don't know. I suspect you have some very good reasons to feel sad," I told him. "I know that your brother Stuart committed suicide last summer. Were you close to him?" "Yes." "His death must have made you hurt and confused," I said. No reaction except that maybe he dug a little deeper into one of the sores on his arm. "How about your parents?" I asked. "What can you tell me about them?" "They're good to me." "That's nice. How are they good to you?" "They drive me to scout meetings." "Yes, that's good," I commented. "Of course. That's the kind of thing parents are supposed to do." How do you get along with them? Okay. No problems. Sometimes I'm mean to them. Oh, like how? I hurt them. How do you hurt them, Bobby? I asked. Like when I stole the car. That hurt them, Bobby said. Not with triumph, but with a dreary, hopeless heaviness. Do you think maybe that's why you stole the car, to hurt them? No. Can you think of any other ways you've hurt your parents? Bobby didn't answer. After a long pause, I said, well, I just know I hurt them. Do they punish you? No, they're good to me. Then how do you know you hurt them? They yell at me. Oh, what are some of the things they yell at you for? I don't know. Bobby was feverishly picking out his sores now, and his head had drooped as far as it would go. I felt it would be best if I steered my questions to more neutral subjects. It's not long since Christmas, I said. What did you get for Christmas? Nothing much. Your parents must have given you something. A gun. A gun, I repeated stupidly. Yes. What kind of gun? A .22 rifle. There was a long moment of silence. I felt as if I had lost my bearings. I understand that it was with a .22 rifle that your brother killed himself. Yes. Was that what you asked for? Christmas. No. What did you ask for? A tennis racket. But you got the gun instead. Yes. How did you feel getting the same kind of gun that your brother had? It wasn't the same kind of gun. I'm sorry, I said. I thought they were the same kind of gun. It wasn't the same kind of gun, Bobby replied. It was the gun. You mean your parents gave you your brother's gun for Christmas, the one he shot himself with? Yes. How did it make you feel getting your brother's gun for Christmas? I don't know. No, I don't expect you could know, I said. Tell me. Do you have any relatives that you see? Some. Any that you like? I like my Aunt Helen. I thought perhaps I detected a faint sign of enthusiasm in his reply. Would you like it if your Aunt Helen comes to visit you while you're here in the hospital? I asked. She lives quite far away. But if she came anyway? If she wanted to? Again, I felt in him the faintest glimmer of hope. And in myself. I would be getting in touch with Aunt Helen. The next day I saw Bobby's parents. They were, they told me, hard-working people. He was a tool and die maker, an expert machinist who took pride in the great precision of his craft. She had a job as a secretary in an insurance company and took pride in the neatness of their home. They went to the Lutheran church every Sunday. He drank beer in moderation on the weekends. She belonged to a Thursday night women's bowling league. Of average stature, neither handsome nor ugly. They were the upper crust of the blue collar class. Quiet, orderly, solid. There seemed to be no rhyme or reason to the tragedy that had befallen them. First Stewart, and now Bobby. I've cried myself out, Doctor, the mother said. Stewart's suicide was a surprise to you? I asked. Totally a complete shock, the father answered. He was such a well-adjusted boy, everyone liked him. Had he seemed depressed before he killed himself? No, not at all. He seemed just like his old self. Of course he was quiet and didn't tell us much of what was on his mind. Did he leave a note? No. Have any of your relatives on either side had a mental illness or serious depression or killed themselves? Oh, doctor, the mother wailed softly. You don't think that there's any chance that Bobby might also do something to himself? Do You hadn't thought of Bobby being in danger, I asked. No, not until now, the father replied. But I understand that Bobby's been depressed for some time, I remarked. Didn't that worry you? Well, it worried us, of course, the father responded. But we thought it was natural, what with his brother's death and all. You didn't think of taking him to see someone like a psychiatrist, I continued. No, of course not, the father replied. Again. This time with an edge of annoyance. We thought he would get over it. We had no idea that it might be this serious. I understand that Bobby's grades have gone way down in school, I remarked. Yes, it's a shame, his mother responded. He used to be such a good student. Did the school get in touch with you about the problem? The mother looked slightly uncomfortable. Yes, they did, and of course I was concerned too. I even took time off for my job to go in for a conference. Did anyone from the school suggest that Bobby see a psychiatrist? No, the mother answered. She seemed to have so rapidly regained her composure. I wasn't sure she'd ever lost it. They did suggest he might get some counseling. If they had suggested a psychiatrist, we would have done something about it. Yes, then we would have known it was something serious, the father added. But because they said counseling, we thought they were just concerned about his grades. Not that we weren't concerned about his grades too. Well, that's another thing, doctor. The mother continued, more on the offensive than the defensive. It's not that easy for us to take Bobby here or there during weekdays. We're both working people, you know. And these counseling people, they don't work on weekends. We can't be just taking off from our jobs every day. We've got a living to make, you know. It didn't seem as if it would be fruitful for me to engage Bobby's parents in an argument over available counseling services. I decided to raise the issue of Aunt Helen. You know, I said, I may decide that Bobby will need a complete change of scene for a good while. Bobby mentioned his Aunt Helen to me. Perhaps she might be willing to take him. The mother jumped in. Did Bobby tell you he doesn't want to live with us? She demanded. No, we haven't even talked about the subject yet, I replied. I'm only seeing what all the options are. Who is Aunt Helen? She's my sister, the mother answered. But I don't think it would work out. Oh. Well, Helen and I aren't close. No, not close at all. Even though you don't like your sister. Bobby seems to have some positive feeling for her, and that's important. Look, doctor, the father interjected. I don't know what you're insinuating. You're asking all these questions like you're a policeman or something. We haven't done anything wrong. We've worked hard for that boy. We've been good parents. My stomach was feeling queasier moment by moment. I'm concerned about the Christmas present you gave Bobby, I said. Christmas present. The parent seemed confused. Yes, I understand you gave him a gun. That's right. Was that what he asked for? How should I know what he asked for? The father demanded belligerently. Then immediately his manner turned plaintive. I can't remember what he asked for. Lots happened to us, you know. This has been a difficult year for us. I can believe it has been, I said. But why did you give him a gun? Why? Why not? It's a good present for a boy his age. Most boys would give their eye teeth for a gun. I should think, I said slowly, that since your only other child has killed himself with a gun, that you wouldn't feel so kindly toward them. You're one of those anti-gun people, are you? The father asked me faintly. Belligerent again. Well, I'm no gun nut myself. But it does seem to me that guns aren't the problem, it's the people who use them. To an extent, I agree with you, I said. Stewart didn't kill himself simply because he had a gun. There must have been some other reason. More important. Do you know what that reason might have been? No, we've already told you we didn't even know that Stewart was depressed. Right. Stewart was depressed. People don't commit suicide unless they're depressed. Since you didn't know Stewart was depressed, there was perhaps no reason for you to worry about him having a gun. But you did know Bobby was depressed. You knew he was depressed well before Christmas. Well before you gave him the gun. Please, doctor, you don't seem to understand, the mother said, ingratiatingly taking over from her husband. We really didn't know it was this serious. We just thought he was upset over his brother. So you gave him his brother's suicide weapon. Not any gun, that particular gun. The father took the lead again. We couldn't afford to get him a new gun. I don't know why you're picking on us. We gave him the best present we could. Money doesn't grow on trees, you know. We're just ordinary working people. We could have sold the gun and made money, but we didn't. We kept it so we could give Bobby a good present. Did you think how that present might seem to Bobby? I asked. What do you mean? I mean that giving him his brother's suicide weapon was like telling him to walk in his brother's shoes. Like telling him to go out and kill himself too. We didn't tell him anything of the sort. Of course not. But do you think that it might possibly seem that way to Bobby? No, we didn't think about that. We're not educated people like you. We haven't been to college and learned all kinds of fancy ways of thinking. We're just simple working people. We can't be expected to think of all these things. Perhaps not, I said. But that's what worries me. Because these things need to be thought of. We stared at each other for a long moment. How did they feel, I wondered. Certainly they didn't seem to feel guilty, angry, frightened, victimized. I didn't know. I didn't feel any empathy for them. I only knew how I felt. I felt repelled by them. I'd like your signatures giving me permission to talk to Helen, Bobby's aunt, was all I could say. Well, you'll not have mine, the father protested. I'll not have you taking this out of the family, you acting so superior like you're a judge or something. If you don't want to cooperate, I said, in a tired but measured tone, then you're going to have a real judge on your hands. Oh, my husband's just being silly, doctor, Bobby's mother exclaimed with a gay, charming smile. Of course we'll sign permission. The next day I got in touch with Aunt Helen. She and her husband came to see me right away. They understood the situation quickly and seemed quite caring. They too were working people, but we're willing to have Bobby live with them. I contacted a most competent psychiatrist in Helen's town who agreed to take on Bobby's case for long-term outpatient psychotherapy. Bobby improved rapidly with several visits from Helen, the prospect of a new living situation, and the care he received from the nurses and aides. By the time he was discharged to Helen's care 3 weeks after his admission to the hospital, the sores on his arms and hands were only scars, and he was able to joke with the staff. 6 months later, I heard from Helen that he seemed to be doing well, and that his grades had come up again. From his psychiatrist, I heard that he had developed a trusting therapeutic relationship, but was only barely beginning to approach facing the psychological reality of his parents and their treatment of him. When he first came to the hospital, Bobby was literally gouging holes in himself, destroying the surface of himself piece by piece. It was as if he felt there was something bad, something evil inside him underneath the surface of his skin, and he was digging at himself in order to get it out. Why? If it happens that someone close to us commits suicide, our first response after the initial shock, if we are normally human with a normal human conscience, will be to wonder what we did wrong. So it must have been for Bobby. In the days immediately following Stuart's death, he would have remembered all manner of little incidents. That only a week before he had called his brother a stupid slob. That a month before he had kicked him in the midst of a fight. That when Stuart picked on him, he often wished that his brother would somehow be removed from the face of the earth. Bobby felt responsible, at least to some degree, for Stuart's death. What should have happened at this point? And what would have happened in a healthy home would have been for his parents to begin reassuring him. They should have talked to him about Stuart's suicide. They should have explained that even though they themselves didn't realize it, Stuart must have been mentally ill. They should have told him that people don't commit suicide because of everyday squabbles or sibling rivalry. They ought to have said that if anyone was responsible, it was they, the parents, the ones who had the biggest influence on Stuart's life. But as far as I could ascertain, Bobby had been given none of this reassurance. When the reassurance he needed was not forthcoming, Bobby became visibly depressed. His grades fell. At this point, his parents should have rectified the situation, or lacking the insight to do so, themselves should have sought professional help. But they failed to do so, despite its actually having been suggested to them by the school. It was likely that Bobby even interpreted the lack of attention his depression was receiving as a confirmation of his guilt. Of course, no one was concerned about his depression. He felt he deserved it. He deserved to feel miserable. It was appropriate that he should feel guilty. Consequently, by Christmas, Bobby was already judging himself to be an evil criminal. Then, unsolicited, he was given his brother's murder weapon. Was he to think, my parents are evil people, and out of their evil desire my destruction, just as they probably destroyed my brother? Hardly. Nor could he, even with his 15-year-old mind, think to himself, my parents gave me the gun out of a mixture of laziness, thoughtlessness, and cheapness. So they don't love me very well, so what? Since he already believed himself to be evil and lacked the maturity to see his parents with any clarity, there was but one interpretation opened to him: to believe the gun an appropriate message telling him, take your brother's suicide weapon and do likewise, you deserve to die. Fortunately, Bobby did not immediately do likewise. He chose what was probably his only other psychological option: to publicly label himself a criminal so that he might be punished for his evil, and society might be protected from him. By means of his imprisonment, he stole a car. In the very real sense, he stole it that he might live. All this has been a supposition. I had no way of knowing precisely what had occurred in Bobby's mind. For children and young adolescents, almost all mental activity is unconscious. They feel, they conclude, and they act with precious little awareness of what they are about. So we must deduce from their behavior what is going on. Yet we have learned enough to know that such deductions can be remarkably accurate. From such deductions we can arrive at one of the laws of child development. This one specific to the problem of evil. When a child is grossly confronted by significant evil in its parents, it will most likely misinterpret the situation and believe that the evil resides in itself. We can see then that Bobby was not himself so much sick as he was responding in the way that most children would, in a predictable fashion, to the peculiar evil sickness of his parents, identified as the one who had something wrong with him. The locus of evil in the total situation lay not in him but elsewhere. Let us turn now to the parents, the true source of the problem. Appropriately, they should have been formally identified as the sick ones. They should have been the ones to receive treatment. Yet they did not. Why not? The first and perhaps most compelling reason is that they did not want it. Bobby's parents gave many indications that they would have rejected any type of therapy I might have offered them. They did not even pretend to demonstrate any guilt over Stuart's suicide. They reacted only with rationalization and belligerence to my intimations that they had been remiss in not earlier seeking professional help for Bobby, and that their judgment had been poor at best in their choice of his Christmas present. Rather than acknowledging any deficit, they refused to assume any blame on the grounds that they were working people. I sensed that even if by some miracle they had been willing to undergo psychotherapy, in their case it would have failed. It is a sad state of affairs that the sicker the patients, the more dishonest in their behavior and distorted in their thinking, the less able we are to help them with any degree of success. When they are very distorted and dishonest, it seems impossible. Among themselves, therapists feel overwhelmed by the labyrinthian mass of lies and twisted motives and distorted communications into which we will be drawn if we attempt to work with such people in the intimate relationship of psychotherapy. This was the case in dealing with Bobby's parents. I felt overwhelmed by the sickness I sensed in them. There is one other reason I didn't try to work with Bobby's parents. I simply didn't like them. It was even more than that. They revolted me. I could hardly stand being in the same room with them. I felt unclean in their presence. Not only would they have rejected my therapy, I rejected them. The feeling that a healthy person often experiences in a relationship with an evil one is revulsion. It is a powerful emotion that causes us to immediately want to avoid, to escape the revolting presence. Because of the intense negativity of the reaction, there is a profound tendency for psychotherapists to avoid sustaining relationships with evil clients. There is another reaction that the evil frequently engender in us: confusion. Describing an encounter with an evil person, one woman wrote, "It was as if I had suddenly lost my ability to think." Once again, this reaction is quite appropriate. Lies. Confuse the evil are the people of the lie, deceiving others as they also build layer upon layer of self-deception. Knowing so little about the nature of evil, we currently lack the skill to heal it. Our therapeutic ineptness is hardly remarkable, however, in view of the fact that we have not yet discerned evil as a specific disease. It is a thesis of this book that evil can be defined as a specific form of mental illness and should be subject to at least the same intensity of scientific investigation that we would devote to some other major psychiatric disease. As I review the case of Bobby and his parents after a span of 20 years, I know now that Bobby's parents were evil. I did not know it then. I felt their evil but had no name for it. The name did not exist in our professional vocabulary. As scientists rather than priests, we're not supposed to think in such terms. To name something correctly gives us a certain amount of power over it. At the time I saw Bobby's parents, I did not know the nature of the force with which I was dealing. I was revolted by it, but not curious about it. I avoided dealing with them not simply out of a healthy respect for that force, but also because I was afraid of it. Unknowingly afraid. Today I am afraid of it still. But it is not a blind fear. Knowing its name, I know something of the dimensions of that force. Because I have that much of safe ground on which to stand, I can afford to be curious as to its nature. I can afford to move toward it, to more fully understand Bobby's parents and others like them. It is necessary that first we draw the distinction between evil and ordinary sin. It is not their sins per se that characterize evil people. Rather, it is the subtlety and persistence and consistency of their sins. This is because the central defect of the evil is not the sin, but the refusal to acknowledge it. Bobby's parents, except for their evil, are most ordinary. They live down the street. On any street. They may be rich or poor, educated or uneducated. There is little that is dramatic about them. They are not designated criminals. More often than not, they will be solid citizens, Sunday school teachers, policemen, or bankers, and active in the PTA. How can this be? How can they be evil and not designated as criminals? The key lies in the word designated. They are criminals in that they commit crimes against life and liveliness. Their crimes are so subtle and covert that they cannot be clearly designated as crimes. I have spent a good deal of time working in prison with designated criminals. Almost never have I experienced them as evil people. People in jail can almost always be assigned a standard psychiatric diagnosis of one kind or another. The men and women I talk about, such as Bobby's parents, have no such obvious defects and do not fall clearly into our routine psychiatric pigeonholes. This is not because the evil are healthy. It is simply because we have not yet developed a definition for their disease. Since I distinguish between evil people and ordinary criminals, I also obviously make the distinction between evil as a personality, characteristic, and evil deeds. In other words, evil deeds do not an evil person make. Otherwise we should all be evil, because we all do evil things. Sinning is most broadly defined as missing the mark. This means that sin is nothing more and nothing less than a failure to be continually perfect. Because it is impossible for us to be continually perfect, we are all sinners. We routinely fail to do the very best of which we are capable. And with each failure we commit a crime of sorts against God, our neighbors, or ourselves, if not frankly against the law. Of course there are crimes of greater and lesser magnitude. It is a mistake, however, to think of sin or evil as a matter of degree. It may seem less odious to cheat the rich than the poor, but it is still cheating. If evil people cannot be defined by the illegality of their deed or the magnitude of their sins, then how are we to define them? The answer is by the consistency of their sins. While usually subtle, their destructiveness is remarkably consistent. This is because those who have crossed over the line are characterized by the absolute refusal to tolerate the sense of their Own sinfulness. I commented that George, blessed by guilt, managed to turn away from becoming evil because he was willing, at least to a rudimentary degree, to tolerate the sense of his own sinfulness. He was able to reject his pact with the devil. Had he not borne the pain of the guilties he experienced over the pact, his moral deterioration would have continued. More than anything else, it is the sense of our own sinfulness that prevents any of us from undergoing a similar deterioration. A predominant characteristic of the behavior of those I call evil is scapegoating, because in their hearts they consider themselves above reproach. They must lash out at anyone who does reproach them. They sacrifice others to preserve their self-image of perfection. Evil, then, is most often committed in order to scapegoat, and the people I label as evil are chronic scapegoaters. They attack others instead of facing their own failures, as life often threatens their self-image of perfection. Evil people are often busily engaged in hating and destroying that life, usually in the name of righteousness. The fault, however, may not be so much that they hate life as that they do not hate the sinful part of themselves. I doubt that Bobby's parents deliberately wanted to kill Stuart or him. I suspect that their murderous behavior was totally dictated by an extreme form of self-protectiveness, which invariably sacrificed others rather than themselves. What is the cause of this failure of self-hatred? This failure to be displeasing to oneself, which seems to be the central sin at the root of the scapegoating behavior of those I call evil. The cause is not, I believe, an absent conscience. There are people both in and out of jail who seem utterly lacking in conscience or superego. Psychiatrists call them psychopaths or sociopaths. Guiltless, they not only commit crimes, but may often do so with a kind of reckless abandon that is not particularly characterized by scapegoating. This is hardly the case with those I call evil, utterly dedicated to preserving their self-image of perfection. They are unceasingly engaged in the effort to maintain the appearance of moral purity. They worry about this a great deal. They are acutely sensitive to social norms and what others might think of them. Like Bobby's parents, they dress well, go to work on time, pay their taxes, and outwardly seem to live lives that are above reproach. The words image and appearance and outwardly are crucial to the understanding of the morality of the evil. While they seem to lack any motivation to be good, they intensely desire to appear good. Their goodness is all on a level of pretense. It is in effect a lie. This is why they are called the people of the lie. Actually, the lie is designed not so much to deceive others as to deceive themselves. They cannot or will not tolerate the pain of self-reproach. The decorum with which they lead their lives is maintained as a mirror in which they can see themselves reflected righteously. Yet the self-deceit would be unnecessary if the evil had no sense of right and wrong. We lie only when we are attempting to cover up something we know to be illicit. Some rudimentary form of conscience must precede the act of lying. There is no need to hide unless we first feel that something needs to be hidden. We come now to a sort of paradox. I have said that evil people feel themselves to be perfect. At the same time, however, I think they have an unacknowledged sense of their own evil nature. Indeed, it is this very sense from which they are frantically trying to flee. The essential component of evil is not the absence of a sense of sin or imperfection, but the unwillingness to tolerate that. Since, at one and the same time, the evil are aware of their evil and desperately trying to avoid the awareness, rather than blissfully lacking a sense of morality like the psychopath. They are continually engaged in sweeping the evidence of their evil under the rug of their own consciousness for everything they did. Bobby's parents had a rationalization, a whitewash good enough for themselves, even if not for me. The problem is not a defect of conscience but the effort to deny the conscience its due. We become evil by attempting to hide from ourselves. The wickedness of the evil is not committed directly but indirectly as part of this cover-up process. Evil originates not in the absence of guilt but in the effort to escape. In the road last traveled, I suggested that laziness or the desire to escape legitimate suffering lies at the root of all mental illness. What distinguishes the evil, however, from the rest of us mentally ill sinners is the specific type of pain they cannot tolerate. The pain of their own conscience. The pain of the realization of their own sinfulness and imperfection. If the central defect of the evil is not one of conscience, then where does it reside? The essential psychological problem of human evil, I believe, is a particular variety of narcissism that Erich Fromm called malignant narcissism. Narcissism or self-absorption takes many forms. Malignant narcissism is characterized by an unsubmitted will. All adults who are mentally healthy submit themselves one way or another to something higher than themselves, be it God or truth or love or some other ideal, to a greater or lesser degree. All mentally healthy individuals submit themselves to the demands of their own conscience. Not so the evil, however. In the conflict between their guilt and their will, it is the guilt that must go, and the will that must win. They are men and women of extraordinary willfulness. There is a remarkable power in the manner in which they attempt to control others. Indeed, it is almost tempting to think that the problem of evil lies in the will itself. Perhaps the evil are born so inherently strong-willed that it is impossible for them ever to submit their will. Yet I think it is characteristic of all great people that they are extremely strong-willed, whether their greatness be for good or for evil. The strong will, the power and authority of Jesus radiates from the Gospels, just as Hitler's did from Mein Kampf. But Jesus's will was that of his Father, and Hitler's that of his own. The crucial distinction is between willingness and willfulness. There are many ways to look at the genesis of human evil. The fact of the matter is that some of us are very good and some of us very evil, and most of us are somewhere in between. We might therefore think of human good and evil as a kind of continuum. As individuals, we can move ourselves one way or another along the continuum, just as there is a tendency for the rich to get richer, however, and the poor to get poorer. So there seems to be a tendency for the good to get better and the bad to get worse. Erich Fromm saw the genesis of human evil as a developmental process. We are not created evil or forced to be evil, but we become evil slowly over time, through a long series of choices. I applaud his view, particularly its emphasis upon choice and will. I think it is correct as far as it goes, but I do not think it is the whole truth of the matter. On the one hand, it does not take into Account the tremendous forces that tend to shape the being of a young child before it has much opportunity to exercise its will in true freedom of choice. On the other hand, it perhaps underestimates the very power of the will itself. In my view, the issue of free will, like so many great truths, is a paradox. On the one hand, free will is a reality. We can be free to choose, with conditioning or other factors. On the other hand, we cannot choose freedom. There are only two states of being: submission to God and goodness, or the refusal to submit to anything beyond one's own will, which refusal automatically enslaves one to the forces of evil. We must ultimately belong either to God or the devil. We must choose. People of the Lie, the Hope for Healing. Human Evil was written and read by MScottPeck. It was abridged for audio by Judith Benenson. The recording engineer was Rick Bradley. Post-production by Paul Foley. The associate producer was Elisa Shakoff. People of the Lie, the Hope for Healing. Human Evil was directed and produced by Carol Shapiro. Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program. This is Audible. People of the Lie, the Hope for Healing, Human Evil by MScottPeck, the author of The Road Less Traveled, Book 3. Possession and Group Evil. Dr. Peck. Having come over the years to a belief in the reality of benign spirit, or God, and a belief in the reality of human evil, I was left facing an obvious intellectual question. Is there such a thing as evil spirit, namely the devil? I thought not. In common with 99% of psychiatrists and the majority of clergy, I did not think the devil existed. Still, priding myself on being an open-minded scientist, I felt I had to examine the evidence. It occurred to me that if I could see one good old-fashioned case of possession, I might change my mind. I let it be known that I was interested in observing cases of purported possession for evaluation. Referrals trickled in. The first two cases turned out to be suffering from standard psychiatric disorders. The third was the real thing. Since then, I have also been deeply involved with another case of genuine possession. In both cases, I was privileged to be present at their successful exorcisms. These two were highly unusual, in that both were cases of satanic possession. I now know Satan is real. I have met it. The listener will naturally be disappointed, even skeptical, that I am not going to describe either of these cases in depth. The reason is that I don't hope to convince the listener of Satan's reality. Conversion to a belief in God generally requires some kind of actual encounter, a personal experience with the living God. Conversion to a belief in Satan is no different. There is no way I can translate my experience to make it yours. It is my hope, however, that as a result of my experience, closed-minded listeners will become more open-minded to the reality of evil spirit. One might think of exorcism and psychotherapy as utterly different, mutually exclusive approaches. The two exorcisms I witnessed, however, both seem to me to be psychotherapeutic processes, in method as well as outcome. Indeed, a week after one exorcism, the patient, who had been seeing psychiatrists for many years, exclaimed, "All psychotherapy is a kind of exorcism, and in my experience all good psychotherapy does in fact combat lies." The differences between psychoanalytic psychotherapy and exorcism fall into two categories: conceptual frames of reference and the use of power. The conceptual frames of reference of Christianity and psychoanalysis need not be mutually exclusive. I have been combining them in various mixtures in ordinary psychotherapy for some time with many patients and, apparently with considerable success. As to the use of power, psychoanalytic psychotherapy and exorcism are radically different. Traditional psychotherapy, whether it be psychoanalytically oriented or not, deliberately makes little or no use whatsoever of power. It is conducted in an atmosphere of total freedom. The patient is free to quit therapy at any time, and the therapist has no weapons with which to push for change beyond the persuasive power of his or her own wits, understanding, and love. Exorcism is another matter. Here the healer calls upon every power that is legitimately lovingly available in the battle against the patient's sickness. First of all, exorcism, as far as I know, is always conducted by a team of at least 3 or more. In a sense, the team gangs up on the patient. Unlike traditional therapy in which it is one quote against unquote one, in exorcism the patient is outnumbered. The exorcism team, through prayer and ritual, invokes the power of God in the healing process. For the non-believer this may seem like an ineffective measure, or else its effectiveness would be explained in terms of the mere power of suggestion. Speaking as a believer, I can only offer my personal experience of the presence of God in the room during the exorcisms I witnessed. Indeed, as far as the Christian exorcist is concerned, it is not he or she who successfully completes the process. It is God who does the healing. The whole purpose of the prayer and ritual is to bring the power of God into the fray. So it is that exorcism is seen by its practitioners in terms of spiritual warfare. The exorcist believes it is legitimate to use any and every loving means that can be summoned or otherwise made available in the battle. Exorcism is psychotherapy by massive assault. Like any massive assault, it is potentially quite dangerous. In exorcism, one is dealing with very high voltages. But the simple fact of its potential danger is hardly reason to outlaw. Exorcism stands in relation to ordinary psychotherapy as radical surgery does to lancing a boil. Radical surgery can be not only healing, but life-saving, and in fact may be the only way to heal. In certain cases, unresponsive to more conservative therapy. Difficult and dangerous though the exorcisms I witnessed were, I cannot imagine how else the two patients could have been healed. I have every reason to believe that had these two not had their exorcisms, they would by now be dead. The two persons were dramatically different people. One was hypomanic and intermittently psychotic before the exorcism. The other was neurotically depressed, but eminently sane. One was of average intelligence, the other very superior intelligence. One was a loving parent, one an abusive parent. The one who looked sicker had the easier exorcism, the one who looked more sane had the deeper possession and the more ghastly struggle for healing. There was a unique flavor to each of their personalities, yet some aspects of their possession and exorcism were strikingly similar. These similarities may serve as guidelines in understanding the nature of possession and exorcism. However, two cases do not a science make in one. Should not expect a case to conform to such guidelines. From both these cases I would conclude that possession is no accident. It appears to be a gradual process in which the possessed person repeatedly sells out for one reason or another. The primary reason both these patients sold out seemed to be loneliness. Each was terribly lonely, and each in the process adopted the demonic as a kind of imaginary companion. But there are also secondary reasons involved, reasons that I suspect might be primary. In other cases, in one patient the process seemed to begin with involvement in the occult at the age of 12. In the other the process apparently began at the age of 5 with something more ghastly than what one would call ordinarily occult. Possession in both cases seemed to create what psychiatrists call fixation at the age of its onset. During the exorcism, one patient, when the healthy self was free to speak, gave the most poignant expression of fixation I have ever heard. I haven't learned anything these past 20 years. I'm really just 12 years old. How can I possibly function after the exorcism? I'm way too young to be married and have children. How can I have sex and be a parent when I'm only 12? After the exorcism, the other patient, whose possession began at age 5, had to deal in intensive psychotherapy with all manner of 5-year-old fears, misconceptions, issues, and transferences. Both patients were highly predisposed to their possession by multiple stresses before and after the onset of their possession. Both were victims of human evil as well as demonic evil. In particular, while both had been supported by the traditional church in some minor ways, each had been deeply hurt in major ways by evil people under the guise or auspices of the church. The diagnosis of possession is not an easy one to make. Neither of these two cases had bulging eyes or demonstrated any clearly supernatural phenomena before the exorcism proper. Both showed multiple manifestations of routine mental illness, such as depression or hysteria or loosening of associations. Authorities who encounter cases often like to ask, is the patient possessed? Or is he or she mentally ill? It is not a valid question, as far as I can currently understand these matters. There has to be a significant emotional problem for the possession to occur in the first place. Then the possession itself will both enhance that problem and create new ones. The proper question is the patient just mentally ill? Or is he or she mentally ill and possessed? In both cases, the major distinction in differential diagnosis was between possession and multiple personality disorder. In these cases, there were two distinguishing features. In multiple personality disorder, the core personality is virtually always unaware of the existence of the secondary personalities, at least until close to the very end of prolonged successful treatment. In other words, a true dissociation exists. In these two cases, however, both patients were either aware from the beginning or were readily made aware not only of the self-destructive part of them, but also that this part had a distinct and alien personality. Not that they were not confused by this secondary personality. To the contrary, quickly became clear that the secondary personality desired to confuse them. In many ways, the secondary personality seemed like a personified resistance. It should be noted here that there are cases where both multiple personality and possession coexist, where the patient has both disorders simultaneously. The second differentiation is that while in multiple personality disorders the Secondary personality may play the role of the or the aggressive one or the independent one, or someone with other unacknowledged traits. It has never been reported to my knowledge as being frankly evil. In both these cases before exorcism, the secondary personality was revealed to be blatantly evil. A crucial part in this diagnostic uncovering process was an attempted deliverance. Deliverance is a sort of mini exorcism, frequently conducted over the past 2 decades by charismatic Christians to treat people suffering from, quote, oppression, unquote, defined as a sort of halfway state between demonic temptation, which the charismatics would say we all undergo, and frank possession. In one case, the deliverance itself was a failure, but when the patient was vigorously confronted afterward by a part of the deliverance team, which had originally numbered 4 and utterly evil personas temporarily emerged, the deliverance team of 3 in the second case was successful after 6 hours in identifying a lesser demonic spirit and in apparently casting it out. The patient, not a hysterical type of person in the least, experienced dramatic, extraordinary improvement for 6 weeks. But then the bottom fell out. Overnight, the patient regressed to severe life-threatening illness and shortly began to hear the voice of Lucifer. I can only speculate as to the reasons for the very temporary success of this deliverance. Ultimately, it is mysterious, but it did serve to strengthen our suspicion that the demonic was playing a major role in this person's illness. Something now must be said of the utmost importance. While both these patients demonstrated blatantly evil secondary personalities, they were not evil people. I never experienced either of them as evil. Not only did the core personality of each seem healthy, it seemed unusually good and potentially saintly. In fact, I admired both of these people very much even before the exorcisms. As I have indicated, they came to exorcism precisely because they had struggled against their possession for some years. A mature psychiatrist team member said, following one of the exorcisms, I have never seen a person of such courage. Indeed, I have reason to suspect that the potential holiness of these 2 people was one of the reasons for their possession. Maliki Martin, in his book Hostage to the Devil, that describes quite well 5 cases of possession, has labeled the first and usually longest stage of an exorcism the pretense. What he meant by the pretense is that the demonic hides within and behind the person. For the exorcism to occur, the pretense must be broken. The demonic must be uncovered and brought into the open. The overriding question during the lengthy evaluation of both these patients was, is this person truly possessed? To answer this question and proceed to the exorcism proper, the pretense must be at least partially penetrated. During the evaluation, the core personality needs to be both educated and encouraged. The encouragement is particularly necessary toward the end, because it is my impression from these 2 cases that as the exorcism proper approaches, the demonic activity heats up and the patients experience considerable torment. Once the exorcism proper was begun with appropriate prayer and ritual, in both these cases silence seemed to be the most effective of the many means used for the final penetration of the pretense. The team would speak either with the patient's healthy core personality or the demon. or demons, but would refuse to speak with some unclear mixture of the two. It took some time before the team in each case became adept at doing this, for the demon itself seemed to have a marked ability to draw the exorciser team into confusing conversation that went nowhere. But as the team became more perceptive and steadfastly refused to be sucked in, both these patients began to alternate between a progressively more healthy appearing core personality and a progressively more ugly secondary personality, until suddenly the secondary personality took on inhuman features, and the pretense was broken. The final stripping away of the pretense brought the team face to face with the demonic. As a hard-headed scientist, which I assume myself to be, I can explain 95% of what went on in these two cases by traditional psychiatric dynamics, but I am left with a critical 5% I cannot explain in such ways. I am left with a supernatural, or better yet, subnatural. I am left with a presence. When the demonic finally spoke clearly, in one case, an expression appeared on the patient's face that could only be described as satanic. It was an incredibly contemptuous grin of utter hostile malevolence. I have spent many hours before a mirror trying to imitate it without the slightest success. I have seen the expression only one other time in my life, for a few fleeting seconds on the face of the other patient, late in the evaluation period. Yet when the demonic finally revealed itself in the exorcism of this other patient, it was with a still more ghastly expression. The patient suddenly resembled a writhing snake of great strength, viciously attempting to bite the team members. More frightening than the writhing body, however, was the face. The eyes were hooded with lazy reptilian torpor, except when the reptile darted out in attack, at which moment the eyes would open wide with blazing hatred. Despite these frequent darting moments, what upset me the most was the extraordinary sense of a 50-million-year-old heaviness I received from this serpentine being. It caused me to despair of the success of the exorcism. Almost all the team members at both exorcisms were convinced they were at these times in the presence of something absolutely alien and inhuman. The end of each exorcism proper was signaled by the departure of this presence from the patient and the room. The critical moment of the exorcism is what Martin calls the expulsion. It cannot be rushed. In both the exorcisms I witnessed, it was initially attempted prematurely. I cannot fully explain what happens at this moment, but I can state that the role of the exorcist in this moment is the least important. The desperate prayers of the team are more important. These prayers are for God or Christ to come to the rescue. And each time I had a sense that God did just that. As I said earlier, it is God that does the exorcising. But let me amend that human free will is basic. It takes precedence over healing. Even God cannot heal a person who does not want to be healed. At the moment of expulsion, both these patients voluntarily took the crucifix, held it to their chests, and prayed for deliverance. Both chose that moment to cast their lots with God. Ultimately, it is the patient herself or himself who is the exorcist. Satan does not easily let go. After its expulsion, it seems to hang around, desperately trying to get back in. Fact, in both cases, it very much looked for a short while as if the exorcism proper had failed. The patients had returned largely to their pre-exorcism condition. Nonetheless, within a few hours it was possible to discern a subtle but extraordinary change. All the old complexes were back in place, but it was as if the energy had gone out of them. The change was that now these patients could listen, and what they heard could now have an effect. In one case, psychotherapy became possible for the first time. In the other, more was accomplished in 50 hours of intense psychotherapy following the exorcism proper than in 500 hours preceding it. These patients moved extraordinarily fast. It was as if they were catching up for all those lost years. I feel it important to warn others that my experience of Satan demonstrates that it does not easily let go. Satan will not only tell the patient it is still around, but in one case repeatedly misled the patient into believing that it was still inside. In these cases, perhaps the greatest and most diabolic of all temptations for both patient and exorcist was to believe that the exorcism proper had been a failure, when in fact it had been a success. It seemed as if the exorcism proper moved the patients from a position of demonic possession to what has been called demonic attack. The tempting, threatening, and frightening voices that each heard were at least as active afterward as before. But as one patient said, before it was like I was a little embryo, totally surrounded and hidden by them, so that I could not be me. Now I am me. And while I still hear the voices, they're coming from outside of me. Or as the other said, before the voices were in control of me, now I'm in control of them. The voices only very gradually faded away for these patients. But what was not gradual was their improvement, given the severity of their psychopathology before their exorcisms. The rapidity of their progress to health is not explainable in terms of what we know about the ordinary psychotherapeutic process. I have said that the presence of God was virtually palpable in the room. I do not think this was an accident. I suspect that whenever 7 to 10 people gather together at personal risk, motivated by love and healing, God will be there, as His Son assured us He would, and that healing will occur. Still, it is the patients who served as the very center and focal point of these happenings. I salute them through their torment and the courage of their struggle with Satan. They won a great victory, not only for themselves, but for many. Toward the end of one exorcism, in response to a comment that the spirit must really hate Jesus, the patient with a full-blown satanic facial expression said in a silky, oily voice, "We don't hate Jesus. We just test him." In the middle of the other exorcism, when asked whether the possession was by multiple spirits, the patient with hooded serpentine eyes answered quietly, almost in a hiss, "They all belong to me." As Martin points out, it is terribly important to understand that Satan is a spirit. I have said I have met Satan, and this is true. But it is not tangible in the way that matter is tangible. It no more has horns, hoofs, or a forked tail than God has a long white beard. Even the name Satan is just a name we have given to something basically nameless. Like God, Satan can manifest itself in and through material beings. But it itself is not material, nor is it even its manifestations. In the one case, it manifested itself through the patient's writhing, serpentine-bodied biting teeth, scratching nails, and hooded reptilian eyes. But there were no fangs, no scales. It was through the use of the patient's body, extraordinarily and dramatically and even supernaturally snake-like. But it is not itself a snake. It is a spirit. Herein lies an answer, I suspect, to a question that has been asked through the ages. Why do demonic spirits have such an attachment to bodies? During one of the exorcisms I witnessed, the exorcist attempted to so enrage Satan that it would leave the possessed, restrained body to attack him, the exorcist. The maneuver did not work. Despite its obvious homicidal fury at the exorcist, nothing happened. And slowly it dawned on us that the spirit either could not or would not leave the patient's body under such conditions. This led us to two conclusions. One already mentioned is that ultimately, the patient has to be the exorcist. The other is that Satan has no power except in a human body. Satan cannot do evil except through a human body. Although a murderer from the beginning, it cannot murder except with human hands. It does not have the power to kill, or even harm by itself. It must use human beings to do its devil tree. Although it repeatedly threatened to kill the possessed and the exorcists, its threats were empty. Satan's threats are always empty. They are all lies. In fact, the only power that Satan has is through human belief in its lies. Both patients became possessed because they bought its false seductive promise of friendship. Possession was maintained because they believed its threats that they would die without it. And the possession was ended when both chose to believe its lies no longer, but to transcend their fear by trust in the resurrected Christ and to pray to the God of truth for deliverance. During each exorcism, Satan's lies were confronted, and each exorcism was concluded successfully by a conversion of sorts, a change of faith or value system. I now know what Jesus meant when he so frequently said, "By your faith you have been healed." So we are back to lies, whatever relationship it might have to the people of the lie. I know no more accurate epithet for Satan than the father of lies. Throughout both exorcisms, it lied continually, even when it revealed itself. It did so with half-truths. It was revealed to be the Antichrist when it said, "We don't hate Jesus. We just test him." But the reality is that it does hate Jesus. The list of lies it spoke was endless, sometimes almost a boring litany. Satan can use any human sin or weakness, greed and pride for instance. It will use any available tactic: seduction, cajolery, flattery, intellectual argument. But its principal weapon is fear. And in the post-exorcism period, after its lies had been exposed, it was reduced to haunting both patients with duly repetitive threats. "We will kill you, we will get you, we will torture you, we will kill you," as well as being the father of lies. Satan may be said to be a spirit of mental illness. In the road last traveled, I defined mental health as an ongoing process of dedication to reality at all costs. Satan is utterly dedicated to opposing that process. In fact, the best definition I have for Satan is that it is a real spirit of unreality. The paradoxical reality of this spirit must be recognized. Although intangible and immaterial, it has a personality, a true being. We must not fall back into St. Augustine's now discarded doctrine of the perversio boni, whereby evil was defined as the absence of good. Satan's personality cannot be characterized simply by an absence, a nothingness. It is true that there is an absence of love in its personality, It is also true, however, that pervading this personality is an active presence of hate. Satan wants to destroy us. It is important that we understand this. There are quite popular systems of thought these days, such as Christian Science or the Course in Miracles, which define evil as unreality. It is a half-truth. The spirit of evil is one of unreality, but it itself is real. It really exists. To think otherwise is to be misled. Indeed, as several have commented, perhaps Satan's best deception is its general success in concealing its own reality from the human mind. Although it has real power, Satan also has glaring weaknesses. Were it not for its extraordinary pride and narcissism, Satan would probably not reveal itself at all. Its pride overcomes its intelligence, so that the demon of deceit is also a show-off. If it had been thoroughly clever, it would have left the two patients long before their exorcisms. But it could not allow itself to lose. It wanted only to win. So in both cases it hung in there until the very bitter end, with the result that I and others today now know its reality. Satan's weaknesses should not encourage us to overlook its strength. It propounds its lies with extraordinary power. It may not be so remarkable that it possessed the two people I have described when they were lonely children, but in each exorcism I witnessed the exorcist, strong, mature, and faithful, temporarily incapacitated by confusion in one case, and by despair in the other as a result of the power of its lies. For the sake of clarity, I have possibly talked about Satan with too much definitiveness. I described the greater part of both exorcisms as a process of separation. Yet even at their clearest moments it was often impossible to fully distinguish whether the voice talking was that of the patient's unconscious or one of a true demon. Perhaps it will forever be impossible to totally discern exactly where the human shadow leaves off and the Prince of Darkness begins. It is appropriate to conclude by focusing on the supernatural mystery of Satan. The evidence of the exorcisms was sufficient for me to become a believer in its existence, and I cannot deny the reality of the healing that occurred. But I am left with many more questions than before, too many even to detail. The most important question, however, is the role that Satan plays in human evil. What is the influence of Satan on thoroughly evil people such as Bobby's parents in Book 1 and Sarah in Book 2? As I have said, both the possessed people I saw did not like them seem to me evil, and Martin correctly states that the rare cases we call possession should more properly be termed partial, incomplete, or imperfect possession. Martin suggests the hypothesis that, quote, perfectly possessed, unquote, human beings may exist, even abound. But he offers this hypothesis only as a highly tentative one. Could the thoroughly evil people I have described be cases of perfect possession? I do not know. Perhaps it is even a moot question, since they are the least likely to submit themselves to psychotherapy. The truly evil are even less likely to undergo an exorcism, through which the demonic would be fully discovered. If there is such a thing as perfect possession, it is highly likely to preclude its own revelation. So, I have no idea whether Satan actively recruits the commonly evil to its work. I suspect not. Given the dynamics of sin and narcissism, I suspect they recruit themselves. While I have endeavored to my utmost to be objective, I believe that the phenomenon of possession and exorcism need to be studied scientifically. While genuine possession may be a rare phenomenon, the subject represents a veritable, untapped gold mine for scientific unearthing. Hemophilia is a rare disease, but its study did much to illumine the whole physiology of blood clotting. In the same way, the study of possession and exorcism will further illumine not only the physiology of evil, but our very understanding of human meaning. On the morning of March 16, 1968, elements of Task Force Barker moved into a small group of hamlets, known collectively as Malay, in the Quang Nai province of South Vietnam. It was intended to be a typical search and destroy mission. That is, the American troops were searching for Viet Cong soldiers so as to destroy them, relative to other units operating in Vietnam. The troops of Task Force Barker had been somewhat hastily trained and thrown together. In the previous month they had achieved no military success. Unable to engage the enemy, they had themselves sustained a number of casualties from mines and booby traps. The province was considered to be a Viet Cong stronghold, one in which the civilians aided and abetted the guerrillas to such a degree that it was often difficult to distinguish the combatants from the non-combatants. Army intelligence had indicated that Viet Cong were being harbored by the villagers of Malay. The task force expected to find combatants there on the eve of the operation. There seemed to be a mood of anticipation. The nature of the instructions given to the enlisted men and junior officers that evening by the senior officers was at best ambiguous in regard to the distinction between combatants and non-combatants. Although essentially all elements of Task Force Barker were involved one way or another in the operation, the primary element of ground troops directly involved was C Company. When Charlie Company moved into the hamlets of Mealy, they discovered not a single combatant. None of the Vietnamese was armed. No one fired on them. They found only unarmed women, children, and old men. Some of the things that then happened are unclear. What is clear, however, is that the troops of C Company killed at least somewhere between 500 and 600 of those unarmed villagers. The most large-scale killings occurred in the particular hamlet of Nelly Four. They're the first platoon of Charlie Company, under the command of Lieutenant William L. Cali Jr., herded villagers into groups of 20 to 40 or more, who were then slaughtered by rifle fire, machine gun fire, or grenades. It is important to remember, however, that substantial numbers of unarmed civilians also were murdered in the other hamlets of Milan that day by the troops of other platoons, under the command of other officers. The killing took a long time. It went on throughout the morning. The number of soldiers involved can only be estimated. Perhaps only about 50 actually pulled triggers. Approximately 200 directly witnessed the killings. We might suppose that within the week at least 500 men in Task Force Barker knew that war crimes had been committed. The failure to report a crime is itself a crime. In the years that followed, no one in Task Force Barker attempted to report the atrocities that had occurred at Milan. The fact that the American public learned about Malay at all was due solely to a letter that Ron Ridenour wrote at the end of March 1969 to several congressmen about the atrocities. More than a year after they had occurred, Ridenour had not himself been a part of Task Force Barker, but had later heard of the atrocities in idle conversation from friends who had been at Malay, and he wrote his letter 3 months after his return to civilian life. In the spring of 1972, I was chairman of a committee of 3 psychiatrists appointed by the Army Surgeon General at the request of the Chief of Staff of the Army to make recommendations for research that might shed light on the psychological causes of melee, so as to help prevent such atrocities in the future. The research we proposed was rejected by the General Staff of the Army, reportedly on the grounds that it could not be kept secret and might prove embarrassing to the administration, and that, quote, further embarrassment was not desirable at the time, unquote. The rejection of the recommendations of the Committee for Research is symbolic of several issues. One is that any research into the nature of evil is likely to prove embarrassing, not only to those who are the designated subjects of the research, but also to the researchers themselves. If we are to study the nature of human evil, it is doubtful how clearly we will be able to separate them from us. It will most likely be our own natures we are examining. Undoubtedly, this potential for embarrassment is one of the reasons we have thus far failed to develop a psychology of evil. The rejection by the General Staff of our recommendations for research also highlights the fact that in considering the evil at Mila as in all our other considerations of evil, we suffer from a simple lack of scientific knowledge. Therefore, much of what follows is only speculative. Triggers are pulled by individuals. Orders are given and executed by individuals. In the last analysis, every single human act is ultimately the result of an individual choice, not one of the individuals who participated in the atrocities in My Lai, or in their cover-up, is blameless. In books 1 and 2, our focus has been on specific individuals whom I have labeled evil and distinguished from the vast majority of other individuals I have designated not evil, even if we allow that this sharp distinction is somewhat arbitrary, that there is a whole continuum between those who are thoroughly evil and those who are not at all evil. We are left facing a problem. How is it that approximately 500 men, the majority of whom were undoubtedly not evil as individuals, could all have participated in an act as monstrously evil as that at Mealy? Clearly, to understand My Lai, our focus must not be limited solely to individual evil and individual choice. We are now therefore concentrating on the phenomenon of group evil as being somewhat distinct from, although in many respects similar to, the phenomenon of individual evil. For many years it has seemed to me that human groups tend to behave in much the same ways as human individuals, except at a level that is more primitive and immature than one might expect. Why this is so? Why the behavior of groups is strikingly immature? Why they are from a psychological standpoint less than the sum of their parts is a question for which there is more than one right answer. One of those is the problem of specialization. Whenever the roles of individuals within a group become specialized, it becomes both possible and easy for the individual to pass the moral book to some other part of the group. In this way, not only does the individual forsake his conscience, but the conscience of the group as a whole can become so fragmented and diluted as to be non-existent. Bearing in mind the psychological immaturity of groups, we shall be examining aspects of both the Malay crimes the atrocities themselves, and their cover-up. Although the cover-up may seem less atrocious than the atrocities, they are all part of the same ball of wax. How is it that so many individuals could have participated in such a monstrous evil without any of them being so conscience-stricken as to be compelled to confess? The cover-up was a gigantic group lie. Lying is simultaneously one of the symptoms and one of the causes of evil. It is why this book is entitled People of the Lie, certainly by virtue of their extraordinary communal participation in the cover-up. The men of Task Force Barker were a people of the lie. By the time we are finished, we may even conclude that the American people, at least during those war years, were also a people of the law. As with any lie, the primary motive of the cover-up was fear. The individuals who had committed the crimes, who had pulled the triggers or given the orders, obviously had reason to fear reporting what they had done. Court-martial awaited them. But I suspect there is another extremely significant reason that the crimes of Mealy went unreported for so long. I offer it purely as conjecture that to a considerable extent the members of Task Force Barker did not confess their crimes simply because they were not aware that they had committed them. They knew, of course, what they had done, but I suspect that many of them did not even consider it a crime. They did not confess because they did not realize they had anything to confess. How can this be? How can a sane man commit murder and not know he is murdered? How is it that a person who is not basically evil may participate in monstrous evil without the awareness of what he has done? It is this question that will serve as a focal point for the discussion that follows on the relationship between individual and group evil. I believe that anyone who has been in significant chronic pain or prolonged discomfort will recognize that we humans naturally, almost inevitably, tend to regress. Our psychological growth reverses itself. Our maturity is forsaken. Quite rapidly we become more childish, more primitive. Discomfort is stress. The fact of the matter is that the troops of Task Force Barker were in a chronically stressful situation. They were at the other end of the world from their homes. The food was poor, the insects thick, the heat enervating, the sleeping quarters uncomfortable. Then there was the danger, more stressful because it was so unpredictable. Besides regression, there is another mechanism whereby human beings respond to stress. It is a mechanism of defense. Robert J. Lifton, who studied the survivors of Hiroshima and other disasters, has called it psychic numbing. In a situation in which our emotional feelings are overwhelmingly painful or unpleasant, we have the capacity to anesthetize ourselves. The sight of a single bloody, mangled body horrifies us. But if we see such bodies all around us, every day, day after day, the horrible becomes normal and we lose our sense of horror. We no longer truly see the blood, or smell the stench, or feel its agony. Unconsciously we have become anesthetized. When it no longer bothers us to see mangled bodies, it will no longer bother us to mangle them ourselves. It is difficult indeed to selectively close our eyes to a certain type of brutality without closing them to all brutality. How can we render ourselves insensitive to brutality except by becoming brutes? I think we can assume, therefore, that after a month in the field with Task Force Barker, a month of poor food, of poor sleep, of Seeing comrades killed or maimed, the average soldier was more psychologically immature, primitive, and brutish than he might otherwise have been in a time and place of less stress. In Book 1 I spoke of the relationship between narcissism and evil and said that narcissism is a condition out of which human beings normally mature. We may think of evil then as a kind of immaturity. Immature humans are more prone to evil than mature ones. And since we normally regress in the face of stress, can we not say that human beings are more likely to be evil in times of stress than in times of comfort? As we shall see, this is but one of many factors that accounted for the evil at My Lai. Individuals not only routinely regress in times of stress, they also regress in group settings. One aspect of this regression is the phenomenon of dependency on the leader. It is quite remarkable most people would rather be followers. More than anything else, it is probably a matter of laziness. It is simply easy to follow and much easier to be a follower than a leader. There is no need to agonize over complex decisions. Plan ahead. Exercise initiative. Risk unpopularity or exert much courage. The problem is that the individual adult becomes psychologically dependent on the leader as a child is dependent on its parents. In this way, there is a profound tendency for the average individual to emotionally regress as soon as he becomes a group member. In the military, the dependency of the soldier on his leader is not simply encouraged, it is mandated. By nature of its mission, the military, designedly and probably realistically, fosters the naturally occurring regressive dependency of individuals within its groups. I have already made note of the fact that patterns of group behavior are remarkably similar to the behavior of an individual. This is because a group is an organism. It tends to function as a single entity. A group of individuals behave as a unit because of what is called group cohesiveness. There are profound forces at work within a group to keep its individual members together and in line. Probably the most powerful of these group cohesive forces is narcissism. In its simplest and most benign form, this is manifested in group pride. As the members feel proud of their group, so the group feels proud of itself. Once again, the military deliberately does more than most organizations to foster pride within its groups. It is no accident that the common term for group pride is a military one. Esprit de corps, a less benign but practically universal form of group narcissism, is what might be called enemy creation, or hatred of the outgroup. Task Force Parker, of course, had a predesignated enemy, the Viet Cong, but almost inevitably the specified enemy was generalized to include all Vietnamese. It is common knowledge that the best way to cement group cohesiveness is to ferment the group's hatred of an external enemy. Deficiencies within the group can be easily and painlessly overlooked by focusing attention on the deficiencies or sins of the outgroup. But this use of narcissism is potentially evil. In books 1 and 2 we have extensively examined the ways in which evil individuals will flee self-examination and guilt by blaming and attempting to destroy whatever or whoever highlights their deficiencies. Now we see that the same malignant, narcissistic behavior comes naturally to groups. From this it should be obvious that the failing group is the one likely to behave most evilly. Failure wounds our pride, and it is the wounded animal who is vicious. Group leaders in all places and ages have therefore routinely bolstered group cohesiveness in times of failure by whipping the group's hatred for the enemy. We will remember that at the time of Milan, the operation of Task Force Barker had been a failure. After more than a month in the field, the enemy had still not been engaged, yet the Americans had slowly and regularly sustained casualties. The enemy body count, however, was 0, failing in its mission, which was to kill. In the first place, the group leadership was all the more hungry for blood. Given the circumstances, the hunger had become indiscriminate, and the troops would mindlessly satisfy it. I have already mentioned the potential for evil in specialized groups. An important fact to bear in mind about specialization is that it is seldom either accidental or random. It is usually highly selective. Task Force Barker was a specialized group existing solely for the purpose of conducting search and destroy missions in Quang Nai province. What the listener may not realize, however, is the large amount of selection and self-selection involved in the creation of that group. Task Force Barker consisted either of career military personnel who had deliberately chosen the combat arms, or young grunts who had done likewise. The case of a prototypical individual may serve to illustrate some aspects of the relationship between American society in 1968, its military, and the subgroup of the military fighting in Vietnam. Let us call this prototypical individual Larry, and set the place of his origin as Iowa, the oldest of 6 children born to an alcoholic farmhand and his tired wife. Larry was clearly a hellraiser from the time he hit puberty, dropping out of high school as soon as he turned 16. In 1965, Larry vaguely supported himself with a series of odd jobs that proved inadequate to pay for his car insurance, gas, and heavy drinking lifestyle. In November 1966, he was apprehended attempting to rob a local gas station. The community had no desire to increase the state prison population or its tax burden, so the county judge told Larry he had 2 choices: to join the army or go to jail. Larry enlisted for Vietnam because he had heard that the girls were easy there, and besides, shooting up some gooks might be kind of fun. I do not mean to imply that Task Force Barker was made up of petty criminals like Larry, but it was not any random group of men. It was highly specialized not only in its mission but also in its unique composition. The specialized human composition of Task Force Barker and countless other human groups raises 3 significant issues. First is the question of the flexibility that can be expected of specialized human beings. Charlie Company was a specialized group of killers. The individuals in it had, for one reason or another, gravitated toward the killing role, as well as being deliberately seduced into that role by the system. In addition, we trained them for the role and provided them with the weapons to perform it. Is it surprising then, given a host of other contributory circumstances, that they killed indiscriminately, or that they apparently failed to experience great guilt over what we had led them to do? Is it realistic to encourage and manipulate human beings into specialized groups and simultaneously expect them, without any significant training, to maintain a breadth of vision much beyond their specialty? A second issue is the subtle but definite scapegoating involved. The prototypical Larry was a scapegoat when his community pushed him into the army it was not attempting to deal with the human social problem he presented. It was simply getting rid of the problem. The people purified their own community by dumping the dirt on the military, sacrificing Larry to the god of war. And they scapegoated the military as, well, it is of course one of the unwritten functions of the military to serve as a dumping group for some of the more misbegotten of America's youth, a sort of national reform school. But the fact that this system works rather smoothly and not always for ill should not blind us to the scapegoating nature of the process. By then seducing him into Vietnam, the army of course further scapegoated Larry. On the one hand, it makes a definite kind of social logic. Why shouldn't those individuals like Larry who are troublemakers and misfits be the most appropriate candidates for cannon fodder? If someone has to be killed, why not let it be one of apparent little social value? But the decision to kill was not Larry's, nor Lieutenant Calley's, nor his superior officer Captain Medina's, nor Lieutenant Colonel Barker's. It was America's decision. For whatever reason, America decided that there would be killing. And insofar as these men killed, they were all doing America's bidding. They may have seemed dirtier and less noble than the average American, but the fact is that we Americans as a society deliberately chose and employed them to do our killing, our dirty work for us. In this sense, they were all our scapegoats. This is the third issue we must look at. It is not only possible but easy and even natural for a large group to commit evil without emotional involvement, simply by turning loose its specialists. It happened in Vietnam. It happened in Nazi Germany. I am afraid it will happen again. What we need to learn is that whenever we create specialty groups, we are creating the dangerous possibility that our right hand will not know what our left is doing. Our society developed and currently maintains the policy of an all-volunteer military, abandoning the concept of the citizen soldier in favor of the mercenary. We have placed ourselves in grave jeopardy. The military will inevitably become not only specialized in its function, but increasingly specialized in its psychology. A draft, involuntary service, is the only thing that can keep our military sane. I have spoken of the relationship between a specialized small group such as Task Force Barker and the larger group that spawns it. Now let us turn to the large group itself. In this instance, the United States military. My purpose here is not to present a fully balanced picture of the military, but to examine one of the military's failures as an example of the phenomenon of group evil. Consequently, it is necessary to focus on the less savory aspects of the military, mind or soul. In a time of sustained peace, the military man is disregarded, at best considered by his country as a necessary evil, and more often as a rather pathetic parasite on the body politic. In a time of war, however, he suddenly becomes needed again, filling a role not only regarded as useful but absolutely essential by his society. The drudge becomes the hero. It is inevitable then that the ordinary career military man, unconsciously if not consciously, longs for war. War is his fulfillment. And in 1968 it was the military man that had to bear the full brunt of the exquisite pain of America's humiliation. In Vietnam, it was the unvanquished military that was failing in the performance of its very raison d'etre. The pride of the military was badly wounded. Again and again we have noted the birth of evil from a condition of threatened narcissism. For the military, the conditions were ripe for evil. Just as the highly narcissistic evil individual will strike out to destroy whoever challenges his or her self-image of perfection, so by late 1967 the American military organization, highly narcissistic as all groups tend to be, began to strike out with uncharacteristic viciousness and deceit against the Vietnamese people who were wreaking such havoc on its self-esteem. Although the atrocity at Malay was undoubtedly unique in magnitude, I have every reason to suspect that smaller atrocities were being committed by American troops throughout Vietnam at the time. I think we can safely say that melee occurred in the context of an atmosphere of atrociousness and evil that was pervasive not only in Task Force Barker, but throughout the entirety of the American presence in Vietnam. While the military may have been crashing around in Vietnam like a crazed bull, it did not get there of its own accord. The mindless beast was sent there and let loose by the United States government, acting on behalf of the American people. Our military involvement in Vietnam began in the period between 1954 and 1956, when the idea of a monolithic communist menace seemed realistic. A dozen years later it was no longer realistic, yet at precisely the time when it had ceased to be realistic, when we should have been readjusting our strategy and withdrawing from Vietnam, we began to seriously escalate our military involvement there in defense of obsolescent attitudes. Why? Why, beginning around 1964, did America's behavior in Vietnam become increasingly unrealistic and inappropriate? There are two reasons: laziness and, once again, narcissism. I think we may properly regard the men who governed America at the time of the Johnson administration, as lazy and self-satisfied. They, like most ordinary individuals, have little taste for intellectual confusion, nor for the effort involved in maintaining a, quote, posture of constant self-doubt and criticism, unquote. They assumed that the attitudes they had developed toward the monolithic communist menace during the preceding 2 decades were still the right attitudes. Although the evidence was obviously mounting to throw their attitudes into question, they ignored it. To do otherwise would have placed them in the painful and difficult position of having to rethink their attitudes. They did not take up the work required. It was easier to proceed blindly, as if nothing had changed. Thus far we have been focusing on the laziness involved in clinging to attitudes that have become obsolete. Let us also examine the narcissism. We are our attitudes. If someone criticizes an attitude of mine, I feel he or she is criticizing me. If one of my opinions is proved wrong, then I have been proved wrong. My self-image of perfection has been shattered. Individuals and nations cling to obsolete and outworn ideas, not simply because it requires work to change them, but also because in their narcissism, they cannot imagine that their ideas and views could be wrong. When this happens, the nation, instead of readjusting in the light of the evidence, sets about attempting to destroy the evidence. This was what America was up to in the 1960s. The situation in Vietnam presented us with evidence of the fallibility of our worldview and the limits of our potency. So, rather than rethinking it, we set about to destroy the situation in Vietnam, and all of Vietnam with it if necessary. Which was evil? Evil has already been defined most simply as the use of political power to destroy others for the purpose of defending or preserving the integrity of one's sick self. Since it had become outmoded, our monolithic view of communism was part of our national sick self, no longer adaptive and realistic. The issue ceased to be what was right for Vietnam and became an issue of our infallibility and preserving our national honor. Strangely enough, on a certain level, President Johnson and the men of his administration must have known what they were doing was evil. Otherwise, why all the lying? But it would be a mistake, and a potentially evil rationalization itself, for us to blame the evil of those days entirely on the Johnson administration. We must ask why Johnson was successful in defrauding us. Why were most of us not aroused to ire, or suspicion, or even significant concern about the nature of the war? Once again, we are confronted with our all too human laziness and narcissism. Basically, it was just too much trouble. We all had our lives to lead, doing our day-to-day jobs, buying new cars, painting our houses, sending our kids to college. As the majority of members of any group are content to let the leadership be exercised by the few, so as a citizenry we were content to let the government do its thing by allowing ourselves to be easily and blatantly defrauded. We as a whole people participated in the evil of the Johnson administration, the evil, the years of lying and manipulation of the Johnson administration was directly conducive to the whole atmosphere of lying and manipulation and evil that pervaded our presence in Vietnam during those years. It was in this atmosphere that melee occurred in March 1968. Task Force Barker was hardly even aware that it had run amok that day, but then America was not significantly aware either in early 1968 that it too had almost unredeemably lost its bearings. Group evil is not just something that happened one morning in 1968 on the other side of the world. It is still happening all over the globe. It is happening here today. Like individual evil, group evil is common. In fact, it is more common. So common indeed it may be the norm. I began this discussion by noting how responsibility becomes diffused within groups, so much so that in larger groups it may become non-existent. Consider the large corporation. Even the president or chairman of the board will say, "My actions may not seem entirely ethical, but after all they're not really a matter of my prerogative. I must be responsive to the stockholders. You know, on their account I cannot help but be directed by the profit motive." Who is it then that determines the corporation's behavior? The small investor who does not even begin to understand the operations involved. The mutual fund on the other side of the nation. Which mutual fund, which brokerage house, which banker? We are living in the age of the institution. So as they become larger and larger, our institutions become absolutely faceless, soulless. What happens when there is no soul? Is there just a vacuum? Or is there Satan where once long ago a soul resided? I do not know. That I think that the anti-war activists, the Berrigan brothers, are correct when they say that the task before us is nothing less than to metaphorically exorcise our institutions. There is no word adequate to describe The urgency of this task. The military-industrial complex that played such a large role in Vietnam and continues to be a primary creator of the grotesqueness of the arms race is submitted to nothing but the profit motive. This is not submission at all. It is pure self-interest. I am not an enemy of capitalism per se. I believe it is possible for the profit motive to be operative and at the same time submitted to higher values of truth and love. Difficult but possible. If we cannot somehow engineer this submission and quote Christianize unquote our capitalism, we are doomed as a capitalist society. The total failure of submission is always evil for a group, for an institution, for a society as for an individual. Unless we can heal ourselves by submission, the forces of death will win the day, and we will consume ourselves in our own evil. Our study of Mealy revealed the operation of gross intellectual laziness and pathological narcissism at every level. The task of preventing group evil, including war itself, is clearly the task of eradicating or at least significantly diminishing laziness and narcissism. The effort to prevent group evil, including war, is of course a process of education. This book was written in the hope that someday all children will be carefully taught that laziness and narcissism are at the very root of all human evil. And why this is so, they will come to know that the natural tendency of the individual in a group is to forfeit his or her ethical judgment to the leader, and that this tendency should be resisted. And they will finally see it is each individual's responsibility to continually examine himself or herself for laziness and narcissism, and then to purify themselves accordingly. They will do this in the knowledge that such personal purification is required, not only for the salvation of their individual souls, but also for the salvation of the world. There are a variety of reasons we have not yet developed a psychology of evil, but perhaps the most important reason is the fear of the consequences. We have good reason to be afraid there are real dangers inherent in the development of a psychology of evil. Anyone who seeks to participate in the endeavor of subjecting the phenomenon of evil to the scrutiny of science should begin by deeply considering that this endeavor in itself has potential for causing evil. Evil is a moral judgment. I am proposing that it may also be a scientific judgment. But making the judgment scientifically will not remove it from the moral sphere. The word is pejorative. Whether we call a man evil on the basis of pure opinion or on the basis of a standardized psychological test, we are passing a moral judgment. Shouldn't we refrain from doing either? Science is dangerous enough. Moral judgment is danger enough. How dare we mix the two in the light of Jesus' admonition? Judge not that ye be not judged. If we examine the matter more closely, however, we will see that it is both impossible and itself evil to totally refrain from making moral judgments. An attitude of I'm okay, you're okay may have a certain place in facilitating our social relationships, but only a place. Let us look at everyday life. What kind of father would I be if I discovered my son cheating, lying, or stealing, and failed to criticize? What should I tell a friend who's planning suicide, or a patient who is selling heroin? You're okay. There is such a thing as an excess of sympathy, and excess of tolerance, and excess of permissiveness. The fact of the matter is that we cannot lead decent lives without making judgments in general and moral judgments. In particular, we must also remember the purpose for which we judge. If it is to heal, fine. If it is to enhance our own self-esteem, our pride, then the purpose is wrong. There, but for the grace of God go I, is a reflection that should accompany every judgment of another's evil. While we may never ultimately discern the meaning of human existence, including just why this person is good and the other evil, it still remains our responsibility to live as best we can, which also means to go on making the moral judgments necessary to support life. The issue then is not whether to judge. The question is how and when to judge wisely. Our great spiritual leaders have given us the basics. But since in the end we must make moral judgments, it makes sense to further refine our wisdom with the application of scientific method and knowledge of evil when appropriate. As long as we remember the basics, many experiences have taught me that what is paraded as scientific fact is simply the current belief of some scientists. We are accustomed to regard science as truth with a capital T. What scientific knowledge is in fact is the best available approximation of truth in the judgment of the majority of scientists who work in the particular specialty involved. Truth is not something that we possess. It is a goal toward which we hopefully strive. What is worrisome about this is the possibility that scientists, specifically psychologists, will make public pronouncements on the evil of certain personages or events. We scientists, unfortunately, are no more immune than anyone else to jumping to unsound conclusions. The problem is aggravated by the fact that the public is actually eager to be guided by the pronouncements of the scientists. As we earlier discussed in relation to the issue of group evil, the majority would rather follow than lead. In our intellectual laziness, we forget that scientific thought is almost as faddish as taste, since the current opinion of the scientific establishment is only the latest and never the last word. We must, for our safety as a public, bear the responsibility of being skeptical of our scientists and their pronouncements. The dangers inherent in developing a scientific psychology of evil are very real. They should not be underestimated. But in the world of the conglomerate and the neutron bomb, of the Holocaust and Eli, the way seems clear. The dangers of developing a psychology of evil do not approach in magnitude the danger of failing to subject human evil to strenuous and coordinated scientific scrutiny. Dangerous though a psychology of evil might be, it will be more dangerous not to have one. Evil is ugly. We are all in combat against evil. But if we attempt to deal with evil by destroying it, we will also end up destroying ourselves, spiritually if not physically. If we kill those who are evil, we will become evil ourselves. We will be killers. What to do then? We must begin by giving up the simple notion that we can effectively conquer evil by destroying it. But this leaves us in a sort of nihilistic vacuum. Are we to throw up our hands to regard the problem of evil as being inherently insoluble? Hardly. That would be meaningless. It is in the struggle between good and evil that life has its meaning, and in the hope that goodness can succeed. That hope is our answer. Goodness can succeed. Evil can be defeated by goodness. When we translate this, we realize what we have dimly always known. Evil can be conquered only by love. So the methodology of our assault on evil, scientific and otherwise, must be love. If we are to safely conduct research on evil people, we must do so in love. We must start from an a priori position of love for them. The path of love is a dynamic balance of opposites, a painful creative tension of uncertainties, a difficult tightrope between extreme but easier courses of action. Consider the raising of a child. To reject all its misbehavior is unloving. To tolerate all its misbehavior is unloving. We must somehow be both tolerant and intolerant, accepting and demanding, strict and flexible, and almost godlike compassion is required. The healing of evil scientifically or otherwise can be accomplished only by the love of individuals. A willing sacrifice is required. The individual healer must allow his or her own soul to become the battleground. He or she must sacrificially absorb the evil. Then what prevents the destruction of that soul? If one takes the evil itself into one's heart, how can one's goodness survive? Even if the evil is vanquished thereby, will not the good be also? What will have been achieved beyond some meaningless trade-off? I cannot answer this in language other than mystical. I can only say that there is a mysterious alchemy whereby the victim becomes the victor. I do not know how this occurs, but I know that it does. I know that good people can deliberately allow themselves to be pierced by the evil of others, to be broken thereby, and yet somehow not broken, to even be killed in some sense yet still survive and not succumb. Whenever this happens, there is a slight shift in the balance of power in the world. People of the Lie, the Hope for Healing. Human Evil was written and read by MScottPeck. It was abridged for audio by Judith Benenson. The recording engineer was Rick Bradley. The editor was Rick Bradley. Post-production by Paul Foley. The associate producer was Elisa Shokoff. People of the Lie, the Hope for Healing. Human Evil was directed and produced by Carol Shapiro. Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program. This is Audible. People of the Lie, the Hope for Healing. Human Evil by MScottPeck, the author of The Road Less Traveled. Book 2. The Encounter with Evil in Everyday Life. Dr. Peck. Psychiatrists brushed against evil not once or twice in a lifetime, but almost routinely as we come in contact with human crises. And it is my contention that the name of evil should have a definite place in our lexicon. It is true that there are very real dangers to such naming, but without the name, we will never clearly know what we are doing in such cases. We will remain limited in our capacity to help the victims of evil, and we will have no hope whatsoever of dealing with the evil ones themselves. For how can we heal that which we do not even dare study? Since I met the men and women and families I am describing in my practice of psychiatry, I am concerned that the listener will think, ah yes, but these are special cases. These people may be evil, but he is not talking about my kind of people. My colleagues, my acquaintances, my friends or relatives. This is not so. Like it or not, the psychiatrist sees as much psychopathology at cocktail parties, conferences, and corporations as in his own office, while the data I am presenting are drawn from my psychiatric practice. Most of the time I shall be speaking not so much about psychiatric patients as about human beings anywhere and everywhere. In Book 1 we considered a person, the case of George, who was not evil but was in grave danger. of becoming so. Then, to illustrate some of the principles involved in people who had crossed the line and descended into evil, a couple was described. The case of Bobby and his parents. In Book 2, I shall describe others who are frankly evil. The most typical victim of evil is a child. This is to be expected because children are not only the weakest and most vulnerable members of our society, but also because parents wield a power over the lives of their children that is essentially absolute. This power, like all power, is subject to abuse of various degrees of malignancy. A rather intriguing feature of the case of Bobby was the extraordinary unity of his parents. They functioned as a team. We cannot say that Bobby's father was evil but his mother was not, or that his mother was evil and his father was just along for the ride. As far as I could tell, they were both evil. The victims of evil encountered in everyday psychiatric practice are not, however, always children. Let us turn now to the case of Hartley and Sarah, a childless couple in their late 40s. I shall describe a single interview that I had with the two of them together. It will give us a clue to the further understanding of the phenomenon of evil people. The case of Hartley and Sarah. I first saw them a week after Hartley had been discharged from the state hospital a month before. At 11 o'clock on a Saturday morning, Hartley had cut both sides of his neck with a straight-edge razor. Bare-chested, he walked into the living room and announced to Sarah, "I just tried to kill myself again." Sarah turned around to see the blood streaming down his torso. She called the police, who called the ambulance. Hartley was taken to the local emergency room. The cuts were relatively superficial. He had failed to sever either the carotid arteries or the jugular veins. After the cuts were sutured, he was transferred to the state hospital. It was his third suicide attempt and third admission to the state hospital during the preceding 5 years. Because they had recently moved into the area, Hartley was referred for follow-up care to our clinic. After he was discharged from the hospital, his discharge diagnosis was involutional depressive reaction. He was on high doses of antidepressant and tranquilizing medication. When I went out to the waiting room to greet him, Hartley was sitting silently next to his wife, staring into space with dull eyes. An average-sized gray man who seemed smaller, as if he had been crushed into a very little space. He looked as depressed as the black hole of Calcutta. "I'm Dr. Peck," I said in. "Come on into my office." "Can my wife come too?" Hartley mumbled in a pleading tone. I looked at Sarah, a thin, angular woman, smaller than her husband yet seeming considerably larger. "If it's all right with you, doctor," she responded, smiling sweetly. Her smile was incongruous with the faintly bitter expression conveyed by the tight wrinkles around her mouth. Once we were all seated, I looked at Hartley. "Why did you want your wife to come in with you?" I asked. "I'm more comfortable when she's close to me," he replied flatly. I must have looked quizzical. "Hartley's been that way for the longest time," Dr. Sarah announced, smiling. "Daily he hates to let me out of his sight for a moment." "Why is that?" I asked Hartley. "I'm scared." "Scared of what?" I inquired. "I don't know. I'm just scared. I think it's because of his thoughts." Dr. Sarah interrupted. "Go on, Hartley. You can tell him about your thoughts." Hartley said nothing. "What thoughts is she talking about?" I asked. "My thoughts about kill," Hartley replied in his monotone. Kill, I repeated. You mean you have thoughts about killing? No. Just kill. I'm afraid I don't understand, I said. Lamely, it's just a word, thought hardly. Explained without emotion. The word kill comes into my mind like someone had said it. Most of the time it's in the morning, when I get up and start shaving and start looking at myself in the mirror. It's just there. Kill. Almost every morning. Do you shave with a straight edge razor? I asked with sudden intuition. Music. Hartley nodded. It sounds as if you want to kill someone with your razor, I continued. Hartley looked frightened. It was the first sign of emotion I had seen. No, he said emphatically. I don't want to kill anyone. It's not a feeling. Just a word. Well, you apparently wanted to kill yourself, I commented. Why was that? I feel so horrible. I'm no good to anyone. I'm nothing but a burden to Sarah. The heaviness of his voice weighed on me. Is he a burden to you? I asked Sarah. Oh, I don't mind, she replied cheerfully. I would like to be able to have a little time to myself. And of course we don't have enough money. So he is a burden, you feel? The Lord supports me, Sarah answered. Why is it you don't have enough money? I asked. Hartley hasn't worked for 8 years. The poor dear, but we get by on what I make at the telephone company. I used to be a salesman, Hartley interjected plaintively. He did manage to work the first 10 years. We were married, Sarah agreed, but he was never really very aggressive, were you, dear? Hartley was silent. Why did you stop working? I asked him. My depression. I felt so awful in the mornings. What was making you so depressed? Hartley looked puzzled, as if unable to remember something. It must have been my words, he said. Finally. You mean the words in your mind, like kill? He nodded. Are there other words as well? I asked. Hartley was silent. Go on, dear, Sarah said. Tell the doctor about the other words. Well, sometimes there are other words, he acknowledged reluctantly. Like cut or hammer. Any others? Sometimes blood. Those are all angry words, I commented. I don't think they would come into your head unless you were very angry. I'm not angry, Hartley insisted dully. What do you think? I asked, turning to Sarah. Do you think he's angry? Oh, I think Hartley hates me, she answered, with her gay little smile. I stared at her in amazement. I had begun to suspect the truth of this, but I hardly expected her to be so calmly aware of it. Aren't you worried that he might hurt you? Oh no, Hartley wouldn't hurt a fly, would you, dear? Hartley did not respond. It seems to me that if I were you, Sarah, I'd be quite frightened living with a husband who hates you and thinks of such things. But you don't understand, Dr. Sarah explained placidly. He couldn't hurt me, he's such a weakling. I quickly glanced at Hartley. There was absolutely no expression on his face. How does it make you feel to hear your wife call you a weakly? She's right, I am weak, he mumbled. Hartley can't even drive a car, Sarah interjected. He can't go out of the house without me. Can you, dear? Hartley nodded in dumb assent. You seem to agree with your wife about everything I pointed out. She's right, I can't go anywhere without her. Why can't you? I don't know, he replied abjectly. I get scared when Sarah isn't around to help me. You sound like you're a very young child, I commented. Sarah smiled complacently. Hartley is a child in some ways, she said. You aren't very grown up, are you, dear? Maybe you don't want him to grow up, I said quickly, turning on her. Sarah flashed me a look of sudden hatred. What, she snapped. When had my wants ever been considered? My wants have never mattered to anyone. It isn't a question of what I want or don't want. I only do what I have to what the Lord wants me to do. Who cares that Hartley's a burden? Who cares that I do all the work that I do? All the driving that I do, all the shopping, but I don't complain. No what right do I have? No, Sarah doesn't have any rights. Hartley's just a worm of a man, but no one cares about Sarah. I just shoulder the burdens the Lord has given me. I was taken aback by this diatribe, but I proceeded more out of curiosity than a sense I could help the situation. I gather the two of you have no children, I said. Was that a choice you made? Hartley's incapable of producing children, Sarah announced. Oh, how do you know that? Sarah gave me a look suggesting I was ignorant of the facts of life. Because I've been examined by the gynecologist. He said there's nothing wrong with me. Have you also been examined? I asked. Hardly. He shook his head. Why not? Why should I? There's nothing wrong with Sarah, so it must be my fault. Hardly. You're just about the most passive man I've ever met. I said. You passively assume your wife is telling the truth about her examination. You passively assumed that because her examination was normal, yours would be abnormal. There are lots of cases in which both the husband and wife are normal but still don't have children. You may well be perfectly okay. Why don't you check it out? There would be no point to that, doctor. Sarah answered for him. We're too old to have children. And we don't have the money for any more tests. You forget that I'm the one who makes all the money. Besides, she said, smiling, can you imagine Hartley being a father? He can't even make a living. But wouldn't it be worth it for Hartley just to know that he's not physically incapable of being a father? Sarah's right, Hartley said, actually coming to the defense of his wife's assumption of his inadequacy. There'd be no point to it. By now I was feeling there was no possibility of help for Hartley. He was too far gone. But how in the name of God did such misery come about, I wondered. Tell me about your childhood, I directed him. There's nothing to tell, Hartley mumbled. Well, how far did you go in school? I asked. Hartley went to Yale, Sarah answered for him again. But then you flunked out, didn't you, dear? Hartley nodded. How did you happen to go to Yale? I asked. My family was wealthy. But you also must have been quite bright. I commented. It's no good being bright if you don't work, Sarah interjected once. More Hanson is as handsome, does I always say. I turned to her. Are you aware that every single time I try to focus on whatever assets your husband might have, you jump in and castrate him? She screeched at me. Castrate him? Castrate him, do I? All you doctors are alike. Maybe you castrate him. They say it's all my fault. Isn't it? Oh yes, it's always Sarah's fault. Well, let me tell you, he was castrated before I ever met him. His mother was an alcoholic slob. His father was as weak as he is. He couldn't even make it through college. And then they accused me of marrying him for his money. How? What money? His of a mother had spent all the money slopping up her booze. I haven't seen any money. Nobody's ever helped me out. Sarah does it all, but she castrates him. They accuse, but do you think any of them are ever interested in me? No, no one. They just accuse me. I could be interested in you, Sarah, I said gently, adding, if you'd let me. Why don't you tell me something about your family and your growing up? Oh, so now I'm the patient, am I? She asked bitterly. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be your guinea pig. I don't need your help. There's nothing wrong with me. I can get all the help I need from my Minister, he understands me, he knows what I go through. God gives me all the strength I require. I brought Hartley here for help, he's the one who needs it. You help him. That is, if you can. I'm quite serious, Sarah, I said. You're quite right that Hartley needs help, and we will give him whatever help we can, but I think you need help as well. It's a terribly difficult situation that you're in, and I can see you get upset by it. But Sarah had pulled herself together. She smiled at me as if I was a nice but misguided young man. Thank you, doctor, you're very kind, she said, but I'm afraid I don't get upset. I beg to differ, I counted. I think you just were upset. Quite upset. Perhaps you're right, Dr. Sarah replied. Hartley's illness has been a terrible burden on me. It would be much easier for me if he didn't exist. I winced inwardly. Hartley was so depressed and downtrodden that he was beyond being affected. Why don't you leave him then? I asked. I think you would be better off without the burden, and in the long run it might also be better for Hartley if he were forced to stand on his own 2 feet. Oh, I'm afraid Hartley needs me too much for that, Dr. Sarah responded, smiling maternally. She turned to her husband. You wouldn't be able to make it if I left you, would you, dear? Hartley looked terrified. It would certainly be very difficult for him, I acknowledged. But it could perhaps be arranged for Hartley to go into the hospital for an extended period of time. Would you like to go back to the hospital, dear? Sarah asked him, and have me leave you? Please, Hartley won't. Please don't tell the doctor why you don't want me to leave, will you, dear? Sarah commanded. I love you, Hartley whimpered. See, Dr. Sarah explained victoriously, I couldn't leave him when he loves me. But do you love him? I asked. Love? Sarah asked almost with amusement. What is there to love? No, I think you might best call it duty. Doctor, I have a duty to take care of him. I'm not sure how much it's duty and how much it's need, I said, confronting her. From where I sit, it looks as if you have a deep-seated need for the burden that Hartley represents. Just as he has an overpowering need to depend on you, your needs are being fulfilled by this strange marriage. Just as much as his are. Sarah laughed. Oddly. A weird hollow giggle. Apples and oranges, doctor, she said. You can't compare them. You can't compare Hartley and me. We're like apples and oranges, but you don't know which is which, do you? Am I the apple or am I the orange? Am I crankly skinned or smooth-skinned, or am I thick-skinned? We have to be thick-skinned against those who persecute us. You're the pseudoscience persecutors. But it's all right, I know how to handle the orange peelers and the apple slicers. The Lord loves me, we have power in heaven. You can think what you think, say what you say, but it's garbage, she spat. That's where they end up, isn't it? The orange peels and the apple slices in the garbage, and that's where all you pseudo-science persecutors will end up, in the garbage with all the other fruits. She ended triumphantly. I became frightened that I had made a mistake in confronting Sarah as I listened to her lose her control. I gather you don't feel yourself in need of any treatment at this time, Sarah, and certainly you seem to be functioning well. But Hartley definitely seems to require some assistance, don't you think? Yes, poor Hartley is not doing well, Sarah agreed, acting as if the past few minutes had never happened. We should do whatever we can to help him. Do you think you need to stay on your medicine? I asked Hartley. He nodded mutely. Your thoughts get worse when you don't take your pills, don't they, dear? Sarah said. He nodded again. How about psychotherapy, Hartley? I asked. Do you think you'd like to spend some time with someone talking about yourself? In depth? No. It makes me feel bad, he mumbled. His last suicide attempt before this one occurred when they tried to give him psychotherapy, Sarah confirmed. I wrote out Hartley's prescriptions and said I would like to see them again in 3 weeks to determine whether the medication needed adjusting. But that appointment, I explained, will be very brief. Of course, Dr. Sarah said as the three of us stood up. You've already done so much for Hartley, we can't thank you enough. As Hartley and Sarah were going out the door, I overheard Sarah say, "This doctor's so much nicer than the one at the other clinic, don't you think? At least he's American. We couldn't even understand what that other one was saying, could we, dear?" Perhaps the most interesting aspect of this case is not Sarah's evil, but Hartley's relationship to it. Hartley was enthralled to Sarah. He had voluntarily sold his soul into Sarah's keeping. Why? At one point during the session, I had told Hartley that he was just about the most passive man I'd ever met. A passive person means an inactive person, a follower instead of a leader, a receiver instead of a doer. I could have used a number of other words. Dependent, infantile, lazy. Hartley was monumentally lazy. His relationship with Sarah was that of an infant clinging to its mother. He would not even come into my office alone, much less take the risk or exert the energy to think independently for himself. Why Hartley was so extremely lazy we do not know for certain. Sarah's comments that his mother was an alcoholic and his father as weak as he suggested he came from a family in which his parents probably served as lazy role models, and he probably failed to receive adequate fulfillment of his infantile needs. We can postulate that by the time he met Sarah, he was already a profoundly lazy person, a child in adult's clothing who was unconsciously seeking the strong mother. He never had to take care of him. Sarah filled the bill perfectly, just as he undoubtedly met her requirements for a potential slave. Once the relationship was established, it became a vicious circle, naturally intensifying the sickness of each. Her domination further encouraged his submissiveness, and his weakness further nourished her desire for power over someone. So Hartley was not simply an unwilling victim of Sarah's evil. This is important because the case exemplifies a general rule. We do not become partners to evil by accident. As adults, we are not forced by fate to become trapped by an evil power. We set the trap ourselves. The case of Hartley and Sarah was introduced in part by the observation that it seemed impossible to tell which partner of an evil couple was the evil one. Both of Bobby's parents seemed evil, but by the very nature of their evil, I was unable to get close enough to them to know them well. My purely speculative suspicion is that they were not as equally evil as they seemed. I doubt it is possible for two utterly evil people to live together in close quarters of the sustained marriage. They would be too destructive for the necessary cooperation. I suspect, therefore, that one or the other of Bobby's parents was the more dominant in their mutual evil. And every evil couple, if we could examine them closely enough, I imagine we would find one partner at least slightly enthralled to the other, in the same manner as Hartley was enthralled to Sarah, albeit hardly to the same degree. If the listener feels Hartley and Sarah's relationship was a bizarre one, I agree. Bizarre though it was, the type of relationship it illustrates is quite common. The phenomenon of thraldom in marriage is not rare. I suspect that listeners will on reflection also be able to recognize this type of marriage among at least some of their acquaintances. In Book 1, I defined evil as the use of power to destroy the spiritual growth of others for the purpose of defending and preserving the integrity of our own sick selves. In short, it is scapegoating. We scapegoat not the strong but the weak. For the evil to so misuse their power, they must have the power to use in the first place. They must have some kind of dominion over their victims. The most common relationship of dominion is that of parent over child. Children are weak, defenseless, and trapped in relation to their parents. They are born in thrall to their parents. It is no wonder then that the majority of the victims of evil such as Bobby are children. They are simply not free or powerful enough to escape. For adults to be the victims of evil, they too must be powerless to escape. They may be powerless when a gun is held to their head, or they may be powerless by virtue of their own failure of courage. Hartley was physically free to escape. Theoretically, he could have just walked away from Sarah, but he had bound himself to her by chains of laziness and dependency. And though textually an adult, he had settled for the child's impotence. Whenever adults not at gunpoint become victims of evil, it is because they have one way or another made Hartley's bargain. To name something correctly gives us a certain amount of power over it. Through its name we identify it. We cannot even begin to deal with the disease until we identify it by its proper name. The treatment of an illness begins with its diagnosis. But is evil an illness? Many would not consider it so. There are a number of reasons why one might be reluctant to classify evil as a disease. Some are emotional. For instance, we are accustomed to feel pity and sympathy for those who are ill. But the emotions that the evil invoke in us are anger and disgust, if not actual hate. But the fact that we are not likely to feel a shred of sympathy for those who are evil speaks only of our own emotional response and not the reality of whether evil is or is not an illness. Even when we still felt frightened and disgusted by lepers, we recognized leprosy to be a disease. Beyond our emotional reactions, there are 3 rational reasons that make us hesitate to regard evil as an illness. Although each of the 3 reasons is cogent in its own way, I shall nonetheless take the position that evil should indeed be regarded as a mental illness. I will do so in the context of examining the fallacy inherent in each of the 3 arguments. The first holds that people should not be considered ill unless they are suffering pain or disability, that there is no such thing as an illness without suffering. If overt suffering and self-definition are the criteria for illness, then the evil are the last ones to be considered mentally ill. Indeed, it is characteristic of the evil that in their narcissism, their self-absorption, they believe that there is nothing wrong with them, that they are psychologically perfect human specimens. But there are vast problems with this argument. There are a host of physical diseases that are wholly asymptomatic in their early stages. An executive discovered on a routine physical exam to have a blood pressure of 200/120 may be feeling perfectly fit. The Pap test has become a routine part of the regular medical care of women because it detects cancer of the cervix at a time when the cancer is curable, but years before it causes the woman any discomfort or disability. If we define diseases only in terms of the suffering they currently produce, then we must state that most cases of high blood pressure and cancer among others are not in fact diseases. This seems absurd. Of course, much of the time when physicians tell us that there is something seriously wrong with us, we take them at their word whether we are in actual pain or not. Their definition that we are ill is acceptable to us, and therefore we begin to define ourselves as ill, even when we are not actually feeling ill. But not always. Consider the case of a farmer who suffers a serious heart attack that results in his losing consciousness and being brought to the hospital. The next day, when he is fully alert in the intensive care unit, he struggles to get out of bed and to rip the cardiac monitor off his chest. The nurses tell him to lie back and relax because he has had a heart attack, is seriously ill, and needs to be quiet, lest he have another attack. That's ridiculous, the farmer screams, struggling even harder. There's nothing wrong with me. My heart's as sound as $1. I don't know how you trick me here, but I've got to get home and milk my cows. When the doctor is called in, and several more attempts at reassurance fail, are we to let him get dressed and go home to work his farm? Or are we to restrain him as necessary, rapidly sedated, and under these conditions continue to give him the true information and the time to come to terms with it? Obviously, we would follow the latter alternative, because we know that the man is seriously ill, despite the fact that he does not define himself that way, nor accept our definition. For we realize that his inability to define himself as ill in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary is actually a part of the illness itself. Is it not also this way for those who are evil? The failure of the evil to define themselves as disordered is an essential component of their condition, and disease, whether it be evil or delirium or psychosis or diabetes or hypertension, is an objective reality, and is not to be defined by subjective acknowledgement or lack of acknowledgement. The use of the concept of emotional suffering to define disease is also faulty in several other respects. As I noted in The Road Less Traveled, it is often the unwillingness to suffer emotional pain that usually lies at the very root of emotional illness. Those who fully experience depression, doubt, confusion, and despair may be infinitely more healthy than those who are generally certain, complacent, and self-satisfied. The denial of suffering is in fact a better definition of illness than its acceptance. The evil deny the suffering of their guilt, the painful awareness of their sin, inadequacy, and imperfection, by casting their pain onto others through projection and scapegoating. They themselves may not suffer, but those around them do. They cause suffering. Finally, who is to say what the evil suffer? It is consistently true that the evil do not appear to suffer deeply, because they cannot admit to weakness or imperfection in themselves. They must appear this way. They must appear to themselves to be continually on top of things, continually in command. Their narcissism demands it. Yet we know they are not truly on top of things. The appearance of competence is just that, an appearance, a pretense. Think of the psychic energy required for the continued maintenance of the pretense so characteristic of the evil. They perhaps direct at least as much energy into their devious rationalizations and destructive compensations. as the healthiest do into loving behavior. Why what possesses them drives them? Basically, it is fear. They are terrified that the pretense will break down, and they will be exposed to the world and to themselves. They are continually frightened that they will come face to face with their own evil. Of all emotions, fear is the most painful. Regardless of how well they attempt to appear calm and collected in their daily dealings, the evil live their lives in fear. It is a terror and a suffering so chronic, so interwoven into the fabric of their being, that they may not even feel it as such. And if they could, they're omnipresent. Narcissism will prohibit them from ever acknowledging it. Whether the evil suffer or not, the experience of suffering is so subjective, and the meaning of suffering so complex. I think it best not to define illness and disease in its terms. Instead, I believe that illness and disease should be defined as any defect in the structure of our bodies or our personalities that prevents us from fulfilling our potential as human beings. I said there were two other reasons one might hesitate to label evil and illness. They can be countered more briefly. One is the notion that someone who is ill must be a victim. We tend to think of illness as something that befalls us, a circumstance over which we have no control, an unfortunate accident visited upon us by meaningless fate, a curse in the creation of which we did not participate. Most recently, this issue has been debated in reference to alcoholism, some vigorously insisting that it is a disease, and others insisting that because it appears to be self-inflicted, it is not. Not only physicians, but courts and legislatures have been involved in this debate and have reached the conclusion that alcoholism is indeed a disease, despite the fact that the alcoholic may sometimes seem nobody's victim except his or her own. The issue of evil is similar. An individual's evil can almost always be traced to some extent to his or her childhood circumstances, the sins of the parents, and the nature of their heredity. Yet evil is also always a choice one has made. Indeed, a whole series of choices. The fact that we are all responsible for the state of health of our souls does not mean that a poor state of health is something other than disease. Once again, I believe we are on safest and soundest ground when we do not define disease in terms of victimization or responsibility, but instead hold on to the definition already offered. An illness or disease is any defect in the structure of our bodies or personalities that prevents us from fulfilling our potential as human beings. The final argument against labeling evil and illness is the belief that evil is a seemingly untreatable condition. Why designate as a disease a condition for which there is neither known treatment nor cure? This argument ignores the fact that there are a whole host of disorders, from multiple sclerosis to mental deficiency, for which there is no treatment or cure, but which we don't hesitate to call diseases. Perhaps we call them diseases because we hope to find the means to combat them. But is this not the case with evil? It is true that we do not currently possess any generally feasible or effective form of treatment to heal the thoroughly evil of their hatred and destructiveness. Indeed, the analysis of evil presented thus far reveals several reasons just why it is an extraordinarily difficult condition to approach, much less cure. But is a cure impossible? Are we to simply throw up our hands in the face of this difficulty inside it's beyond us, even when it is the greatest problem of mankind? rather than being an effective argument against it. The fact that we currently do not know how to treat evil in the human individual is the best reason to designate it a disease. For the label of disease implies that the disorder is not inevitable, that healing should be possible, that it should be studied scientifically, and methods of treatment should be thought. If evil is an illness, it should then become an object for research like any other mental illness, be it schizophrenia or nourishment. It is the central proposition of this book that the phenomenon of evil can and should be subjected to scientific scrutiny. We can and should move from our present state of ignorance and helplessness toward a true psychology of evil. Thus far I have been speaking for the necessity for the accurate naming of evil from the standpoint of the evil themselves, that we might better appreciate the nature of their affliction, come to know how to contain it, and I hope eventually even cured. But there is another vital reason to correctly name evil: the healing of its victims. Evil were easy to recognize, identify, and manage. There would be no need for this book. But the fact of the matter is that it is the most difficult of all things with which to cope. If we, as objectively detached, mature adults, have great difficulty coming to terms with evil, think of what it must be like for the child living in its midst. While the child can emotionally survive only by virtue of a massive fortification of its psyche, these defenses inevitably distort or compromise its life as an adult. It happens then that the children of evil parents enter adulthood with very significant psychiatric disturbances. We have been working with such victims, often very successfully, without ever having to employ the word evil. But it is doubtful that some can be wholly healed of their scars without correctly naming the source of their problems. To come to terms with evil in one's parentage is perhaps the most difficult and painful psychological task a human can be called on to face. Most fail and so remain its victims. Those who fully succeed in developing the necessary searing vision are those who are able to name it. For to come to terms means to arrive at the name. As therapists, it is our duty to do what is in our power to assist evil's victims to arrive at the true name of their affliction. 2 case vignettes follow in which it would have been impossible to render such assistance. Have the therapist not first recognize the face and spoken the name of evil? The first is the case of the voodoo dream. Angela could not speak. She entered therapy at the age of 30 because she had grave difficulty relating with anyone intimately. She was a competent teacher who could lecture her students with smooth eloquence. But from the moment she started to relate with me, Angela became tongue-tied. Long periods of silence were occasionally interspersed with brief spasms of almost unintelligible speech. When she attempted to talk, she would often break into gasping sobs after only a few words. Initially, I felt these sobs reflected overwhelming sadness, but gradually I realized they were a mechanism designed to prevent her from being articulate. Angela acknowledged she had similar difficulties speaking in all her intimate relationships. But the problem was clearly at its worst with me. It was also clear I represented an authority figure, a parental figure for her. Angela's father had deserted the family when she was 5. She could only remember being raised by her mother. Her mother was an odd woman. When Angela, who was Italian, was a dark-haired little girl of 11, Her mother made her dye her hair blonde. Angela had not wanted her hair dyed. She liked her black hair. But for some reason her mother wanted to have a blonde child. So a blonde child she had. The incident was typical. Her mother seemed to have little capacity or desire to recognize Angela as a separate human being in her own right. Angela had, for instance, no privacy. Although she had her own room, her mother strictly forbade her to close her door. Angela never understood the reason for this prohibition, but it was useless to argue against it. Once at the age of 14 she tried. Her mother went into a depression that lasted over a month, during which time Angela had to do all the cooking and take care of her baby brother. The first term we developed for Angela's mother was intrusive. She was unredeemably intrusive. She had no hesitation about intruding on Angela's person or privacy and would tolerate no interference with her intrusiveness. In the second year of Angela's therapy, we were able to relate her difficulty in talking to her mother's intrusiveness. Angela's silence was a moat that her mother could not cross, no matter how much her mother desired to intrude upon Angela's thought as well as her person. Angela could preserve the privacy of her mind through silence. Whenever her mother attempted to invade this privacy, Angela became tongue-tied. We also discovered that this mode of silence not only served to keep her mother out, but also to keep Angela's anger in. Psychotherapy is, of course, a highly intrusive process, and given the fact that I was in a parental role to her, it is no wonder that Angela dramatically reactivated the mode of silence that she had dug during her childhood. Only after she learned there was an essential difference between me and her mother was she able to speak freely with me. But she was still not free from her mother, having married a man who, like her father, had then deserted her. Angela, with a child of support, had to rely on her mother for occasional financial assistance. More important, she still clung to the hope that somehow someday her mother would change and would appreciate her for who she was. It was at this point, in the beginning of the third year of therapy, that Angela recounted to me the following dream. I was in a building. Some kind of a cult group came in, wearing white robes. Somehow I was supposed to be a part of their scary ritual. I was captive in the situation. It was very unpleasant. What ideas do you have about the dream? I asked. Oh, I know perfectly well where it came from, Angela responded. Last week at a party there was a couple who had been to Haiti. They were describing their visit to a voodoo place that had stones with bloodstains and chicken feathers all around. I felt horrified listening to them talk about the scene. I'm sure that's why I had the dream. It was sort of like a voodoo ritual, and it was like I was going to be forced to kill something. Yet somehow I was also going to be the victim. The dream was gory, ugly. There was something evil there. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Perhaps there's something evil going on in your life at the present time. I comment. No, Angela protested. It's just that stupid dream. And I wish we could get off the subject. Do you think there's anything evil about your mother? I wondered. Sick, not evil, Angela replied. What's the difference? Angela did not answer this question directly. Actually, I am angry at my mother for the 10 millionth time. Oh. Tell me about it. Well, you know, my car died on me last month. I was able to borrow enough money from the bank to make a down payment on my New one, but I don't have enough money to make the interest payments. So I called up my mother and asked if she could make me $1,000 interest-free loan. She was really nice about it at the time. Of course, she said. But then the money didn't come. So after a couple of weeks, I called her again. She gave me some story about how she couldn't give it to me for another 2 weeks or she would lose bank interest. I began to realize she probably didn't want to lend me the money, although she wasn't going to say so. Then last week I got a phone call from my brother. We've talked about how she always uses him to give me messages she doesn't want to give me herself. Anyway, he just wanted to let me know that my mother maybe had a lump in her breast and maybe would have to have surgery. He said mother was worried she wouldn't have enough money to take care of her medical needs in her old age. By this time, the picture was becoming clear. Finally, 3 days ago, I received a formal promissory note from my mother for me to sign for the loan. I know she didn't expect me to sign it. A year or so ago, I wouldn't have. But I need the money and I have no other way to get it, so I signed it. But I still feel guilty. You say a year ago you wouldn't have signed it. I asked. I would have felt too guilty. But my therapies made me realize this is just a typical game of hers. She's always about to go into the hospital. She's always about to have surgery. She always offers me something with one hand and pulls it away with the other. How many times would you say your mother's played this sort of game with you? I don't know. Hundreds, maybe even thousands. It's really a kind of ritual then, isn't it? It sure is. So you have been engaged in an evil ritual lately, haven't you? I commented. Angela looked at me with dawning recognition. You think that's what the dream's all about? I think so, I replied. Even though you've been through this sort of ritual hundreds of times, even though you know she wants you to feel guilty, she still manages to succeed. Doesn't she? You still feel guilty? Yes, I mean, how do I know she really doesn't have a lump in her breast this time? Maybe I really am being cruel to her. So you're never really sure whether you're the victim or the victimizer in this ritual, just as in the dream. You're right, Angela agreed. I always feel guilty. The key element in the dream seems to be the evil nature of the ritual, I commented. What do you think it is about this ritual interaction that you have with your mother that makes it evil? Angela looked pained. I don't know. That I'm being cruel to my mother. Angela, how much money does your mother have? I asked. I don't really have any idea. But you do know she owns 3 apartment buildings in Chicago. Free and clear, right? Well, they're not very large, Angela protested. If I remember rightly, I said. They have about 10 apartments each. And they're in a good neighborhood. Correct. Nodded. So what do you think they're worth? $500,000. I suppose so, Angela responded grudgingly. But you know I don't think about money very clearly. Yes, I agreed. I think that's one way you avoid seeing the obvious. Do you think maybe they might even be worth $1 million? Well, I guess it's possible. Yet I continued, your mother acts as if it were a great burden to loan you $1,000 so that you and her grandchild can have a car to get around. She's really quite a wealthy woman. But she talks poverty. And when she talks poverty, she's talking a lie, isn't she? Yes, I guess that's why I get so angry at her, Angela acknowledged. Angela, whenever there is evil, there's a lie around, I remarked. Evil always has something to do with lies. What makes this ritual interaction between you and your mother evil is that it's based on a lie. Not your lie. Your mother's lie. But my mother's not evil, Angela exclaimed. Why do you say that? Because she's my mother. I know she's sick, but she can't be evil. What's the difference between sick and evil? I asked. I'm not sure. Angela answered unhappily, I'm not sure either, Angela. In fact, I think that evil is probably a kind of sickness. But it is a particular kind of sickness. And calling it a sickness doesn't make it not evil. Whether it's a sickness or not, I think that evil is very real. And I think you have to come to terms with that reality. Your dream suggests that in relating with your mother, you are relating with evil. I think that together you and I must squarely face the issue of whether or not your mother is evil and just what that means, what it has meant for you in the past, and what it will mean for you in the future. To fully appreciate the forces acting on Angela, and even more on the young woman in the next case vignette, it is necessary that we turn our attention once again to the phenomenon of narcissism. All of us tend to be more or less self-centered in our dealings with others. We usually view any given situation first and foremost from the standpoint of how it affects us personally, and only as an afterthought do we bother to consider how the same situation might affect someone else involved. Not so those who are evil. Theirs is a brand of narcissism so total that they seem to lack in whole or in part this capacity for empathy. Angela's mother apparently did not stop to think that Angela might not want her hair dyed blonde any more than Bobby's parents described in Book 1. Stop to think how he would feel being given his brother's suicide weapon for Christmas. In addition to the fact that the evil need victims to sacrifice to their narcissism permits them to ignore the humanity of their victims as well. The blindness of the narcissist to others can extend even beyond the lack of empathy. Narcissists may not see others at all. Each of us is unique. Our uniqueness makes of each of us an entity, provides each of us with a separate identity. There are boundaries to the individual soul, and in our dealings with each other we generally respect these boundaries. We must know where we end and others begin. When Angela's mother dyed her daughter's hair, she was behaving as if Angela did not even exist. Angela, as a distinct, unique individual with a will and tastes of her own, had no reality for her mother. She did not see Angela as Angela. She would have engulfed the entirety of Angela's self into her narcissistic ego, had Angela not been able to retreat behind the mode of silence. Growing up, Angela was able to preserve her boundaries only by making them excessive, but then had to pay the price of isolation from others as a result. Another form of devastation that narcissistic intrusiveness can cause is the symbiotic relationship. Symbiosis, as we use the term in psychiatry, refers to a mutually parasitic and destructive coupling. In the symbiotic relationship, neither partner will separate from the other, even though it would obviously be beneficial to each if they could. Hartley and Sarah clearly had such a relationship. Hartley, the weak one, could not have survived in his infantile state without Sarah to make his every decision for him. But Sarah also could not have survived psychologically without Hartley's weakness to feed her narcissistic need for domination and superiority. They functioned not as two separate individuals, but as a single unit. Since Hartley and Sarah, two middle-aged adults, had, quote, succeeded, unquote, in effecting a symbiotic relationship, it is hardly surprising that certain evil and narcissistic parents can succeed in cultivating such a relationship with a child destined to come under their domination. The case vignette that follows describes the lengthy healing and hence the weaning away of one such child from a symbiotic relationship with her mother. I have called it the case of the spider phobia. To this day I cannot understand how it was that Billy remained in therapy. The fact that she did is an enormous tribute to both the genius of her therapist and the genius of Billy herself. It was a sort of miracle. Billy was taken to a colleague of mine by her mother because of academic underachievement. 16 at the time and very bright. She was doing poorly in school. After 6 months of therapy, Billy's grades had improved slightly. She had also clearly developed a certain attachment to her therapist, a mature and kindly man of infinite patience. At this point, her mother stated that the problem was solved. But Billy wanted to continue in therapy. Her mother refused to pay for it. Her therapist reduced the already minimum fee to $5 a session. Billy, whose allowance was $5 a week, began paying him out of her own money. Soon her mother stopped her allowance. Billy got her first job during her senior year of high school in order to continue to pay for her therapy. That was 7 years ago. Billy is still in therapy, but the end is in sight. One of the reasons it is so remarkable that Billy stayed in therapy, paying for it out of her allowance, then out of her meager salary, is that for the first 3 years Billy did not feel that there was anything the matter with her. On some unconscious level she must have known that something was radically wrong. But consciously she was utterly cool about her problems. She vaguely wished she could get better grades, yet she was perfectly ready to acknowledge she almost never did her homework. This she blandly attributed to laziness. And after all, aren't many high school kids lazy? The only thing that could possibly be identified as a symptom was her fear of spiders. Billy hated spiders. Any spider. Whenever she saw a spider, she literally ran away in panic. If she noticed a spider in the house, no matter how minuscule or harmless appearing, she wouldn't stay in the house unless someone killed and removed it. But this phobia was egocentric. While she recognized that almost everybody was much less afraid of spiders than she, Billy concluded that this was because others were insensitive. If they appreciated how really horrible spiders were, then they would be just as afraid as she was. During the first 3 years of therapy, Billy passionately hated her father and adored her mother. A lifelong bank clerk, her father was a shy and passive man who seemed to Billy as cold and distant as her mother was warm and close. Billy, the only child, and her mother were companions. They confided in each other their closest secrets. Her mother always had several lovers, and throughout her adolescence Billy liked nothing better than to listen to her mother's tales of her extramarital affairs. They seemed a natural response to her husband's isolated, unaffectionate personality, and Billy and her mother, like gleeful co-conspirators, were united in their hatred of him. And her mother was as eager to listen to All the sexual and romantic details of Billy's life. Billy considered herself very fortunate to have such a loving and interested mother. However, she was not able to explain why her mother refused to pay for her therapy. But she was hardly able or willing to criticize her in this regard. Whenever the issue was raised by her therapist, Billy sidestepped vigorously. When Billy told her mother about her own boyfriends, there was a lot to tell. Billy was frankly promiscuous. It was not, however, that Billy wanted to be promiscuous. On the contrary, she yearned painfully for a deep and lasting relationship with a man, but it never seemed to work out. She would fall head over heels in love with a man, almost immediately move into his apartment, but within a few days or a few weeks the relationship invariably soured and Billy was back at home with her parents. Beautiful, intelligent, and charming, Billy never had difficulty finding new lovers. Within a week she would be in love again. But as always, within a few more weeks, the relationship would be dead. Billy faintly began to wonder if somehow she killed these relationships. It was this bit of wonder, and her pain at being unable to hold on to her lovers, that caused Billy to begin working more seriously in therapy. Very gradually, the basis of the pattern emerged. Billy couldn't tolerate being alone. Having fallen in love with a man, she would want to go with him wherever he went. She would always sleep with him whether or not she felt sexual, because that would guarantee that he would stay with her, at least for the night. When they awoke in the morning, she would plead with him not to go to work. He would have to tear himself away from her. Inevitably, the man would feel suffocated. He would start to break dates. She would redouble her efforts to cling to him. He would feel more suffocated. Finally, on some excuse, he would terminate the relationship. Billy then would fall in love with whoever was closest at hand, cling to him immediately, and the vicious cycle would repeat itself. Once her fear of being alone was uncovered, it also became clear why Billy had been an underachiever in school. To read a book or write a paper requires solitude. Billy had been unable to do her homework because she had been unwilling to tear herself away from people, particularly from her mother, who was always ready for a chat long enough to carry out an assignment. Although it was now identified as a problem, Billy felt helpless to do anything about it. She recognized that her terror of aloneness limited her in certain ways. But what could be done? It was part of her nature. Self-destructive though the pattern might be, it was just the way she was. So nothing changed except that her phobia of spiders became worse. She would no longer walk down a shaded street at night lest she inadvertently brush against a spider. At this point, her therapist took a bold step. He insisted that Billy get an apartment of her own. She refused. How could she possibly afford it? Now that she was working steadily, the therapist had raised her fee from $5 a session to his standard rate of $25. That was more than $100 a month. She was paying him a quarter of her salary. He offered to reduce his fee again to $5 an hour. Billy claimed she still couldn't afford it. Besides, what would happen if she found a spider in her apartment one night and she was all alone? What would she do then? No, an apartment of her own was out of the question. My colleague pointed out to her that she was doing absolutely nothing to deal with her fear of being alone. Unless she took some step to actually choose aloneness, he saw no hope for her. Therapy. He would refuse to see her anymore. Unless she got an apartment, she raved at his cruelty. He remained adamant. So finally, in the 4th year of her therapy, Billy rented her own apartment. 3 things immediately happened. One was that Billy became more aware of just what a compelling force her fear of aloneness was. On nights when she was not with a lover, she became extremely anxious in her empty apartment by 9 in the evening. She could no longer tolerate and would drive back to her mother's house to chat, and then sleep there. On weekends when she had nothing to do, she spent the entire time with her parents. During the first 6 months of renting her apartment, she slept there alone on no more than half a dozen occasions. She was paying for an apartment that she was too frightened to use. It was absurd. She became annoyed with herself. She began to think that maybe, just maybe, this fear of aloneness was really sick. The second thing that happened was that a change seemed to come over her father. When she announced that she was going to get her own apartment, he suggested that perhaps she would like to have some furniture he had inherited, which was sitting unused in a barn. Then on her moving day, he borrowed a truck from one of his friends and helped her load and unload the furniture. He gave her a bottle of champagne for her housewarming. Once she was settled, and he began a pattern and making her a present of some small object for the apartment every month or so. A new lamp, a print to hang on the wall, a bath mat, a fruit bowl, a set of kitchen knives. These gifts were given unostentatiously, quietly dropped off at her place of work. But Billy realized that they were chosen with care. They were all in good taste. She had not thought of her father's having good taste, and she knew he had little extra money to spare for such things. Although he remained shy and withdrawn and difficult to talk to, for the first time she could remember, Billy was quite touched by his interest in her. She wondered if the interest, subtle though it was, might not have been there all along. In relation to the apartment, Billy's mother was as unhelpful as her father was generous. Several times Billy asked her mother for little odds and ends that had been tucked away in corners of the family house. But suddenly her mother seemed to have developed a use for them. Her mother never asked her about the new apartment. In fact, Billy began to notice that whenever she mentioned the apartment, her mother seemed to be annoyed, even cutting. "Don't you think you're being just a bit self-centered talking about your apartment this and your apartment that all the time?" she said on one occasion. Slowly it dawned on Billy that her mother did not want her to move out of the family home. This was the third thing that happened. It was a thing that snowballed. At first, Billy rather enjoyed the fact that her mother was upset about her moving out. Didn't that show how much her mother loved her, and wasn't it nice to always be welcomed back at the family home? To have her mother to chat with late into the night. To have her old bedroom always ready for her. Not to have to return to her lonely apartment with the possibility of spiders in the dark. But the magic began to go out of this, bit by bit. For one thing, she and her mother no longer had Billy's father to talk against. When her mother railed against him as usual, Billy began to say, "Come on, Mom, he's really not that bad. Sometimes I think he's even kind of sweet." This sort of response seemed to inflame her mother. Immediately, her mother's remarks about her father would become positively vicious, or else she would turn around and start attacking Billy for not being sympathetic. These moments have become distinctly unpleasant. Finally, Billy had to ask her mother not to talk against her father when they were together, since it invariably ended in a quarrel. Her mother grudgingly complied, but without their mutual enemy, Billy and her mother had much less to talk about. Then there was the matter of Wednesday evenings. Billy was an office manager for a small publishing company. Every Thursday morning it made a single, large weekly shipment to other parts of the country. The nature of Billy's responsibilities required her to be in the office by 6 o'clock on those mornings. Whenever she spent the night at her parents' house, it somehow seemed impossible chatting away with her mother to get to bed before midnight. The result was that on Thursday mornings Billy invariably felt wretched from lack of sleep. With the help of her therapist, she made a vow that on Wednesday nights, on just that one night if no other night of the week, she would sleep alone in her apartment and would be back there no later than 9 o'clock in the evening. For the first 10 weeks Billy was unable to keep her vow. She was never able to be back in her apartment before midnight. Each week her therapist would ask her how well she had fulfilled her vow, and each week Billy had to confess failure. First she was furious at her therapist. Then she was furious with herself for not being able to stick to her resolution. She began to look seriously at her weakness. For several sessions she talked about her ambivalence about the vow, her fear of the loneliness of her apartment, her desire to remain in the warmth of the family home. At this point her therapist asked Billy if she thought there was any way her mother might be able to help her keep the vow. Billy was delighted with the idea. She immediately told her mother about the vow and requested her encouragement to leave the house by 8:30 on Wednesday evenings. Her mother refused. What you and that therapist of yours do is your business, not mine, she said. Billy felt there was a certain amount of truth in this, but she also began to suspect that her mother might have reasons of her own for not wanting Billy to keep the vow. The suspicion grew, and as it grew Billy began to observe her mother's behavior on Wednesday nights. She noted that invariably around 8:30, her mother would bring up some particularly provocative topic for discussion. Once she recognized this pattern, Billy tried to interrupt it. At 8:45, in the middle of one such topic, Billy stood up and announced that she had to leave. "Don't you think you're being rude?" her mother asked. She reminded her mother of her vow and suggested that even if it wasn't her mother's responsibility to help her keep it, perhaps it was her responsibility at least to respect it. They got into a heated argument. Her mother cried. It was after midnight when Billy got back to her apartment. Thereafter Billy observed that if her mother's genius for bringing up a provocative topic at 8:30 failed to have an effect, she would then demonstrate an equal genius for starting an argument. By the 14th week of her still unkept vow, this pattern too had become clear to Billy. That Wednesday night at 8:30 her mother started a story. Billy stood up saying she was sorry she didn't have time to hear it. Her mother began to argue. Billy announced she didn't have time to argue either. She moved to the door. Her mother literally clutched at her sleeve. Billy tore herself away. She was in her apartment at the stroke of 9. 5 minutes later the phone rang. It was her mother. Billy had left in such a hurry, she said. She hadn't had time to tell her that the Doctor thought that she maybe had gall stones. Billy's fear of spiders became even worse. At this point, Billy still adored her mother. In therapy, she had become able to criticize her mother quite freely and accurately, yet she was never actually angry. And she continued to take every possible opportunity to be in her mother's company. It was as if she had developed two brains. A new one that could look at her mother objectively, coexisting with the old one that remained utterly unchanged. Her therapist pressed forward. It was not just on Wednesday evenings, he suggested, that her mother clung to her. Perhaps her mother didn't want Billy to leave her or develop a separate existence in any dimension. He reminded her once again that her mother had refused to pay for her therapy as soon as it had become important in Billy's life. Could it be that her mother was jealous of Billy's attachment to therapy because it was an attachment to something other than herself? And why had she so resented Billy's getting her own apartment? Might she not resent Billy's developing any independence and separation? Maybe so, Billy countered. But her mother had never objected to her having boyfriends and lovers. Didn't this indicate that her mother had no desire to hold on to her? Perhaps her therapist acknowledged. But then it might also indicate simply that her mother wanted Billy to be a carbon copy of herself. Perhaps her mother used Billy's promiscuity to justify her own. Besides, the more like the two of them were, the less the chance they would ever separate. And so the struggle went on week after week, month after month, endlessly back and forth over the same issues, with no sign of resolution in sight. But a subtly enormous change did occur. In the 6th year of her therapy, Billy began to write poetry. At first, she showed her poems to her mother. Her mother was not particularly interested, but Billy was proud of her poetry. It was a new, surprising dimension of herself. It was uniquely her, something her own. She bought an elegant leather-bound volume in which to record her poems. The urge to write did not come often, but when it did, it was compelling. For the first time in her life, when she was working on a poem, Billy found she enjoyed being alone. Indeed, she had to be alone. She couldn't concentrate in her parents' house with her mother's constant interruptions. So when the urge hit her, she would suddenly stand up and announce that she had to return to her apartment. But it's not Wednesday night, her mother would shriek, and Billy would have to tear herself away from her mother once again. It was after one such episode, when she was describing to her therapist how her mother had clutched at her as she was leaving to write, that Billy commented, "She was like a goddamn spider. I've been waiting a long time for you to say that." Her therapist exclaimed, "Say what?" "That your mother's like a spider." "So you hate and fear spiders?" "I don't hate my mother, and I don't fear her either." "Maybe you should." "But I don't want to." "So you hate and fear spiders instead." Billy missed her next appointment. When she returned, her therapist suggested she had skipped the appointment because she was angry at him for making a connection between her mother and her spider phobia. Billy missed the next 2 appointments. But when she finally came back, she was ready to face it. "All right," she said. "So I've got a phobia." "What is a phobia anyway? How does it work?" "Phobias are the result of displacement," her therapist explained. "They occur when a normal fear or revulsion towards something is displaced onto something else. People employ this defensive displacement because they do not want to acknowledge the original fear or revulsion. In Billy's case, she didn't want to acknowledge her mother's evil. Naturally, what child would want to think of her mother as malicious or destructive? Like any child, Billy wanted to believe that her mother loved her, that her mother was safe and kind and good. But to believe this, she somehow had to get rid of the fear and revulsion she instinctively felt toward her mother's evil. She did this by directing the fear and revulsion toward the spiders. Spiders were the evil ones, not her mother. But my mother is not evil, Billy proclaimed. It was true that her mother was not keen on her becoming independent, she admitted, and that she used all manner of wiles and trickery to try to keep Billy from developing a fully separate existence. But this was not a matter of evil. It was just because her mother was lonely. And Billy understood about loneliness. It was terrible to feel lonely. It was also human. Humans are social creatures. They need each other. The fact that her mother clung to her from loneliness was hardly evil, it was only human. While loneliness is human, her therapist responded, the inability to tolerate it is hardly a necessary part of the human condition. He went on to explain that it was the task of parents to assist their children to achieve their own independence and separateness. In order to succeed in this task, it was essential for parents to tolerate their own loneliness so as to allow and even encourage their children to eventually leave them. Instead, to discourage such separation not only represented a failure in the parental task, but a sacrificing of the child's growth to the parent's own immature, self-centered desires. It was destructive. Yes, he thought it was evil. And Billy was right to be afraid of it. Slowly, Billy came to see it. And the more she saw it, the more her eyes were opened. She began to notice hundreds of infinitely subtle ways in which her mother continually attempted to retain her spirit in her clutches. Yet little changed. Billy, now 23, still spent most nights sleeping in her parents' house, and most of her free time with her mother. And the pattern of her relationships with men continued unaltered. The falling in love, the clinging, the suffocating, the breaking up, the frantic searching, the falling in love again. Man after man, time after time. And she was just as terrified of spiders as ever. The hard part was yet to come. Nothing's happening, Billy complained in therapy one day. It's been 7 years I've been seeing you. What the hell more do I have to do? Figure out why you still have your spider phobia. I recognize that my mother is a spider, Billy replied. Then why do you keep dropping into her lair and web? You know, like her, I'm lonely. Her therapist looked at Billy. He hoped she was ready. So maybe in part, you too are a spider. Billy sobbed for the remainder of the session. But the next session she was there, right on time, even eager for the painful work ahead. It was true. She felt like a spider sometimes. When men started to leave her, she clutched at them. Just as her mother clutched at her, she hated them for going. She didn't care about their feelings. She didn't care about them. She wanted them for herself. Yes, it was like something evil in her. An evil urge. An evil part of her taking over. The spider phobia had not only helped her to deny her mother's evil, she had used it to deny the evil in herself. It was also connected and intertwined. She had identified with her mother. They were so much the same. How could she genuinely fight against her mother's evil? unless at the same time she fought against herself. How could she condemn her mother for holding on to her without condemning herself for refusing to tolerate her own loneliness? How could she stop trying to trap men in her own web? Men who ought to stand free and tall and strong, just as she ought to stand free and tall and strong. The problem was not how to extricate herself from her mother's web anymore, since her mother's identity was so much hers. The problem was how to extricate herself from herself. And how in God's name do you do that? But Billy is doing it. In the name of God or her true self. She is somehow beginning to separate from her mother, to definitely break free from their symbiotic relationship. In her leather-bound book she recently wrote, "Amazing to me how your disease pops up in me all the time, part of my very being, without me even knowing. So hard to fight an enemy one can't see. So scary to think you're in me. So incorporated into my thinking and feeling that it is indistinguishable from me. It is me. I feel like a mulatto who is part of the Ku Klux Klan, hating the very essence of part of me, working on eradicating a part of myself. This is probably the hardest thing that I will ever do. Sometimes it feels so unnatural. Often wonder how it is that I became different from you. To have the will to want to be different from you. People of the Lie, the Hope for Healing. Human Evil was written and read by MScottPeck. Thank you for taking me on this journey with you. This is Dark Psychology World Channel. Thanks for watching. Don't forget, subscribe, like, and share.